RP, app not active.
Let's
RP,
get this
app
cooking.
not active.
It's that time.
RP, app not active.
It's gonna be good.
RP, app not active. RP, app not active.
There we go.
This is on the Brazil duplicate.
Yeah, yeah. It's just so that you guys can test your driver swaps and everything.
If only my second driver was here.
Yeah.
RP, app not active.
Max, are you in here? No, I guess not.
RP, app not active.
Who the what?
For driver swap team.
Alright, let me see.
RP, app not active.
Alright. Everything should be functioning now. We'll see.
RP, app not active.
Alright. We got the whole shebang set up here. I got the map to be separated by class too, so it's a little easier to see when you guys are gonna get lapped and stuff. Man, it's flying out here. Dude, these things rip through this track. Holy shit.
RP, app not active.
There you go. Start looking around the grid here. I can't believe it's flashing chi. That's so cool. Third position. Oh, they all work? Oh, that's fucking sweet.
RP.
Oh, I
App
should
not
probably keep it
active.
family friendly, huh? That's dope.
RP. App not active.
It did look pretty good. I keep ending up on Rodrigo over here. Let's see a different one. Okay, another LMP.
Morning, John.
What up, what up?
Trying to get back to the server.
Testing out your driver swaps.
I was in the server and then I left and now this race canceled.
Who is having issues getting into the server?
Moga.
Like you still can't?
Hold on, let me try. I'm gonna close it back. I was in it and then I left because I didn't see anybody lapping. I was like, am I disconnected from the server? And then I tried to join back in and said, cannot join.
I was gonna say, because it's open for anyone to join right now, as long as you're signed up.
RP. App not active.
It just gives me race can. Is it the duplicate server?
Yeah.
RP. App not
It's
active.
just telling me race canceled.
Let me
Just
see.
waiting for end of race.
I'm checking.
You're checking.
We are checking.
Driver already connected to car slot. Is your teammate in right now? Yes.
RP.
Oh, that might
App
be
not
what it
active.
is.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Yeah. So this right now is it's like a practice race so that you guys can practice the driver swap. So I would suggest get with your teammate and tell him to practice this
sense.
driver swap.
I was in the other chat with Java, but he's on the phone right now, so I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna come pop in here with you boys." And I
Yeah,
was
if he's
like,
in the
"Why is he
pits
not?"
anyway, I would say now's the perfect time if you can get him to leave. But
Yeah, perfect.
scared me for a moment there.
Now you're good. Now we got it.
See a bunch of successful driver swaps going on. That always makes me feel good.
I mean, I don't think mine's even online.
Yeah, I figured some people would run into that because I know like the West Coast boys are all taking the later shifts and stuff. Almost all.
I think Speed's on the East Coast.
Huh? Speed's East Coast. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I asked for this anyway, so.
Yeah. I like that you used the Drive to Survive one.
Oh, did we? I didn't
Yeah.
even fucking know.
Oh, well, that's what you signed up with, so I left it.
RP. App not active.
Really? Oh, hold on. Oh, it's third person real quick to take a peek. Oh my god, yeah. I like it though.
Trying to grab somebody. I can't see with all this fog. Who did this to you?
He's like a real jerk. Yeah. Look, anyways, me and Speed signed up like really late, so I didn't do a whole lot of practice compared with everybody else. I was looking at the fucking live times, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm slow.
You just gotta be consistent. I just realized the Go Racing team put their on one side they have it like you can read it. On the other side they put it mirrored so that it would look identical. That's pretty
So they
funny.
did
I like
half
it.
the car and then flipped it.
I don't know if that's for all of them. No, it's just for that.
I spent a lot of
RP,
time flipping
app
those.
not active.
That's so cool. I fucking love it.
Hold on, I gotta look at this.
It's neat. Oh, he left. He
RP,
said nope.
App not active.
Wait. Join back in.
I hear somebody.
RP, app not active.
We will find somebody in this fog.
RP, app not active.
Yoshi, what car are you using?
Found somebody.
RP, app not active.
Sin.
I see some successful driver swaps going on. That makes me feel good. I made it so you can't get kicked from the race for messing up the driver swap. So basically, if you leave too early or if you do it incorrectly, you're going to get a full 120-second penalty, because I can then go over the race replay and figure out kind of what you did, where you went wrong and all that. And then if it... Here's the thing. It doesn't glitch. If you don't pull up to your box before you leave, it won't count. That's what everyone was calling a glitch last time, because they were just pulling to the pits and leave. So I will be a little lenient with that as far as adjusting people's times if it doesn't count it, but like, just pull into your pit box.
I have a question though, because I did it without pulling into the pit box and it still counted, but it didn't say anything about doing it incorrectly.
It won't tell you that you did it incorrectly.
Oh.
Well, you didn't pull all the way into your pit box?
Yeah, I didn't like pull into my checkers or the marked spot.
I would say, just to be safe, I would suggest doing, because I know in the like there is like a certain distance you gotta go and stuff like that into the pits, and just be careful. It's a long race to lose because of that. Everyone just doing a real good job. I'm so proud of you all. I really like this Arizona car. I think it's one of the built-ins, but like,
Yeah, that's one of the stock skills.
it looks so fucking good. Did everybody get a chance to read the announcement about the qualifying and stuff? For the most part?
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured that would be the fairest, and I wanted the LMPs to go first because GT4s aren't going to catch up to them on their outlap.
It's a smart move.
For now, we'll see how it works out. I had the ability to make it so that you guys only see the cars in your class on the track during all of qualifying, so that you guys could all have a 30-minute qual, but I don't know. I don't like the idea of that.
That's not real.
It sounds fake. The first time on stream I'd see a GT4 clipping through an LMP, I'd lose it, I think. Alright, going well. Oh, Mogul, you picked a cool one too. I like that. I actually have a tattoo with like a design similar to that coming off of it. E-Quadra's livery. Let's see. Oh yeah, the two wolves. Is that Chris Hansen? What the fuck? I'm not kidding. They have
Stay there
fucking...
on the street, I'm going.
They fucking... I gotta investigate this whole car, man. They got fucking Chris Hansen.
RP.
I want you to miss your Apex.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, dude. This is fucking amazing. That's hilarious. Where's the... Oh yeah, here you go, Tom.
You got the drip
RP.
Goku with
App
stuff.
not active.
Yeah, you can see the Pirelli logo behind it. Really testing the limits of stream friendly, but I appreciate it. We gotta do what we can.
Oh my god. My god.
It looks good. I like that we've got like the half and halves. Got a little GT4 battle going on.
The sheer amount of PNGs in that car.
That's probably took up more than the track to download. You want to know something that makes it extra special?
What's that?
This is why I updated the livery pack this morning to add this one in.
That's the, what is it? Is that the second or Endurance Pack 2? Is that it?
I mean, yeah, it was called that anyway, but yeah, you absolutely
I
gotta.
updated it this morning. I was like, oh, you know, I'm missing something here, so I had to go download it.
Where is the thing?
RP, app not active.
Do the LMPs have enough gas to make it through one stint?
RP, app not active.
I should say half of the race.
I just realized that one of the teams has 3 drivers. So I can't really, I don't want them to think they gotta do 2 full 2-minute stops. That's a bit of a crutch, you know?
My god, the LMPs absolutely shake violently.
Cheesy potato. And put the sack plate on there, that's great. Alright, driver swap testing is pretty much done now. Remember, it's gonna close this one, and then I'm gonna open the next one. I think we need Nico to cross the line. And once Nico crosses the line, we'll swap over.
RP, app not active.
It's getting there. It's getting there. And that will be it. The championship has begun. You guys are welcome to join in. I'm hopping over now. We'll get this shit started. Love you, Josh. All right, moment of truth. Let's see if I fucked everything up.
RP, app not active.
Quick question: do we get
Quick
speeding
question.
penalties for entering pits, or is it just gonna?
No, it's
Or
auto.
is this gonna?
RP,
Okay, cool.
app
Yeah,
not
Yeah.
active.
just making
That's
sure.
only when with real penalty enabled. So
RP, app not
when that
active.
goes
Yeah.
in.
Okay. Sweet.
RP, app
Yeah,
not
are you
active.
talking about how if you go fast enough, you can kind of like floor it over that jump and get a little bit more speed through the pit?
What?
Oh,
No.
never mind.
I figured that out the hard way.
Yeah, if you come in hot to the pit, like full speed, you'll actually go off that uphill and get a
RP,
little bit of
app
air.
not active.
So the pit limiter hits you while your tires aren't on the ground, so you'll go a little
RP,
bit farther
app
and
not active.
faster.
Jesus Christ.
It'll cut a little time off your pit, but you gotta
Well,
keep
it
the
sucks.
wheels.
I was doing a bunch of LMP stuff on like iRacing and like single player
RP,
last night,
app not
whatever,
active.
just to practice for this. And
Uh,
it doesn't slow you down, so like it felt so wrong. Just be like, no, just floor it. Just floor it in the pits. You'll be fine.
yeah, just floor it.
Just
That's
hold
all
it
you
flat.
need.
RP, app not active.
Alright.
I see everybody's in their team chats. It's good to see. Good to see. All right. All right, I'll have to make announcements probably through the live timings. I'm assuming will be the easiest. Go from there.
RP, app not active.
And we'll see if we get Mo joining us at all. I have a sneaking suspicion of the answer to that one. I know Tom is familiar. Oh, he's not in the chat anymore, but I know he's familiar with how that goes. Ugh. All right. Let's see some action here. Man, that speed difference is crazy.
RP, app not active.
Josh is trying to catch a draft off of the GT4s. It's so funny watching because like
RP,
you can see all the LMPs waiting together, and then on the same opportunity, you'll see all of them fly by. God damn. Jesus, looking good. Think that's a cut, but yo no sé. See some Vasco Racing supporters. Let's see. Brazilians are flying right now. That's going to be a good lap from them. Oh no! What? He slowed down. That was going to be a good lap. This broadcaster's curse. Alright, well, they're going to have to catch some speed up again. Let's see. We're watching that battle. Oh, we watched Goshu for a little bit already. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, not one wolf, but two wolves racing. It's just so beautiful. Ooh. Broadcaster's curse kicking in. Good luck, everybody. The pilots, that's what these guys were. Yeah, pilots are cool. Yeah, Mateus, they weren't fucking around. They came to play. Actually, I should keep it family friendly. I'm sorry. I don't know who's watching what. They did not come to mess around. Brazilians do have the home field advantage, so I'm curious to see how that works out. He's putting in some hot laps earlier. About a minute and a half left of the practice before we start our mixed qualifying structure. Just over half an hour until the fucking green lights start. I can't stop. I'm so sorry. I'll get better. And for the final minute, a little surprise for the boys. Nothing like some heavy fog. Actually, I think we might have a little three-way battle going on behind Jesus. Yeah, a little fun in the fog here. See what they got going on. A little hard to do one in. Yeah. Lock on. See what they got going here. Freaking. I had a sneaking suspicion, Mateus, that that's where your allegiance was headed. That's not even one of their better lap times, so they're holding out for qual. We'll see. Alright, let's see who else. Splint. chilling. Oh, everyone's kind of finishing up laps now, actually. Watch through the fog.
RP, app not active. RP, app not active.
Alright, we're gonna let the overtime run out here. I think we got a couple guys still finishing up their laps. Some leaving, coming back.
RP,
Still
app
waiting
not
on that
active.
Mo Powers co-broadcast. I think he's supposed to be in that pit box too.
RP, app not active.
Alright, and we're pulling all the cars back to the pits. It is one hell of an LMP class. Not too shabby altogether. Looking like we're sitting at 11 teams on the grid so far. I think we might have one more coming back. I don't actually remember. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, we got some strategy talk going on. Where's the... There they are. I'll do this for you, Mateus. I'll let you just soak it all in. No, I think that's the only custom one in the LMP class too. So it looks like Gage will be the one starting things off for the Two Wolves Racing Trio. I was like, where's the sound? There you go, that's why it should be black and white. They wanted to stand out a little bit, and who can blame them? It looks good. It looks good. They're going for the gold already. Oh, I did forget to move this back up. Hang on. There you go. Give you guys a little bit more of a view. Yeah. Alright, a little confusion there, it seems like, as to who is allowed to go and who's not, but right now everybody is allowed on the track for the first few minutes of qual. So, everybody's starting to come around now. Looks like Gage has completed his outlap. Let's take a look here at Josh Fulton, see what he's got going on there. Doing phenomenal off the bat. Looks like he's already ahead of his outlap time. That's a special accomplishment. I think Two Wheels Racing Team was trying to figure out the easiest way to let him pass there, but that's what these racers got to do. Keep their head on a swivel, see what's coming in and behind them. Looks like we're going to have a little bit more traffic coming up here. Does seem Jesus is behind the wheel though, so I expect we'll see a clean pass. It's going to be at a tricky spot. And it looks like Josh will let up as he's going to favor his next lap to this one. Jesus, unfortunately, not able to make the most of the opportunity. As he goes a little wide. There we go, 13 teams on the grid now. That seems a little bit better. Ooh, and wide through turn one. We're going to let him finish out the rest of his outlap there as we grab onto Jesus. We'll see Nico passing him in the meantime. Good luck, boys. Alright. Split off into a separate chat so that they don't gotta listen to me do all this. Now, this is the mixed qualifying, so you're gonna see traffic, interfering with times a little bit. No one's really gonna be getting the cleanest of laps in at the moment. Nico's yet to set a full time, so we'll see what's going on there shortly. Assuming he's coming around the bend now, and then we do have Dean over here in front of us. Keeping an eye. Looks like Mogo crosses the line. Can we get Nico across? Huh, I may have misunderstood where he was on the track. Oh, nope, there you go, with a 124. So we do see Nico jump back up, kind of sitting alongside the rest of the LMP class there. Currently a 4-second spread from top to bottom, but this is going to be a long lap. There's a lot of strategy, long race, a lot of strategy involved. There's kind of anything can happen there. If you know anything about Josh, yeah, there's a very strong chance that and Josh has no arrow right now. That's just his style. Let's take a look at the Woohoo and Nico car. What was it? Dicko Man Incorporated. And Broadcaster's curse strikes early as we immediately cost him 2/10 on his lap, but he's able to start finding that time back right away. These cars go low to the ground. You can see that front splitter even clipping in every once in a while. It's so low. I don't know if it's at the lowest that he can have, but if he dropped it a little bit more, I think he'd have problems. So, well, we did see him jump up to a podium spot during qual. 3 minutes left of the mixed qualifying portion. And, in the meantime, we'll take a second here, let him go, and keep our eyes on Big Dino here behind him in the Goodyear. His teammate Lich King will be coming in earlier, I believe. Right now, we are looking at the first half of the shifts. I know the Gage Cornell and Two Wheels Racing team will have a second and third driver. Majority of the teams only having a second. 1 or 2 opting to just do it on their own. 138. Oh yeah, holy cow. So Jesus is really cranking away at those times there. Wow, he is not far off of these GT4 times, or sorry, LMP times, really. At the end of the day, we might not be as crazy as he thinks, or lapped as many times as I thought. Sorry, I'm reading the chat there. Mateus, I see. It happens, man. Had I known Mo wouldn't have showed up, I would have at least put you in as a spectator car so you could have watched and broadcast with me. Alright, so Dean, where'd you end up there? With a 25.01, just a little bit ahead of Josh Fulton. Let's see, we did watch the Two Wolves Racing team already do a little bit there. Okay. Alright, gave the GT4s the warning that they need to get ready to pit. They've got a little less than a minute left to do so. Oh man, yeah, base. I would have loved to see. Well, actually, you two would have made a fun team. There was a couple guys that I knew they were thinking about it, but weren't sure on their timing, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Well, that's okay. It won't be our last, and knowing the Venus boys, there will be other ones between now and then too. Anyway, so nothing too crazy. 13 cars in the grid. He's got Jesus Vanquish behind him. I like that these guys have similar color schemes, actually. Hey, that's, I believe, completely coincidental. Okay, and... Okay. And now we've got the LMPs ready to roam free. So let's take a look here at Nico Dico coming into the pits. He doesn't have to, though. He's free to continue his qualifying. Got Mogo there as well. They might have just been getting some fresh tires to start their 10-minute stints there. Might also be practicing some pit strategies and stuff like that. You never know where these guys are at. But we'll see. Off to a strong start going through turn 1 here. He can save that. Alright, he'll be losing a little bit of time into the beginning of his lap here. You see the whole crew behind. Osh is looking pretty good. He's looking quick through these turns here. I know he's down 3/10 on his time, but I mean, it is an endurance race, so as long as he can hold this and ignore my broadcaster's curse. We could be in for a good show by him later. Oh, wow. He's gaining a lot of speed on this final straight here now. I don't know if it'll be enough to catch Nico, but it might get a PB out of it yet. He's going. It's going to be close. Not quite, but that was a pretty good lap. Let's see who we got coming in behind him. Looks like we actually got a couple of guys racing together on the straight here. Nico is going to allow Splendid to go through ahead of him. We're going to try and watch Splendid since he's sitting P3 real close in between Arajo and Osh. Osh, not to be confused with Josh. Just a note for the viewers. We have Osh and Josh. Splendid, doing his best here. It's 3/10 down on his time, but he's got a little bit, about 6 minutes here to try and make that back up. We're seeing almost the whole grid in that 64. Or sorry, the 22 stage. I got 3 guys in the 24s, so we might have two separate races going on in the LMP class. We'll see. Let's take a look at one of these guys who are trying to find that time. Dean manages to move up to the 23s right as I said that, so we'll see where else he can find some. Ayash does find the time. We probably should have stuck with him there on that lap, although it seems like maybe getting rid of his broadcaster's curse gave him the space he needed. He's now sitting pole with the 22.116. Nico and Splendid not far behind. Dean, though, pushing as hard as he can. I don't know. I don't know how much time he's going to make up here. He needs to find a second somewhere, and I'm just not sure where it is. A little bit of time lost there, so that's going to be a part of it. It seems like this section might be his weak spot, but he's back on the gas, heading through. Now you can see he's gaining again. I think having Splendid right behind him is causing him to do a little bit of late braking here. As you can see his delta shoot up into the braking zones and then drop right back down on the exits. So that's going to be one of those you got to focus on the exit more than the entrance moments. You see Nico behind him, really not far now. Again, this is just qual, so it's not the end of the world, but you know, these little moments like this, it does help with the confidence if you can keep the guy behind you at bay. Splendid sitting P4 there. We're actually going to take a moment to look over at Mogo and Josh eventually. Mogo up a good amount of time here. I am assuming there was some kind of track cut somewhere that had something to do with this delta, because I don't think he's going to put up a 104. But we'll stick with him and see what the heck's going on. Okay, not enough yet there from Mogo. Take a peek over to Josh. These guys just got to find a little bit more time. Even if they can get into that 123 range with Dean over the course of this long a race, some mistakes, difference in strategies, they could really make that up. So you just need to find a little bit more pace out of the cars. Again, everybody does have a whole wave of teammates getting ready to hop into the wheel an hour and 45 minutes from now, so they will be coming on a little bit cold. I'm sure they'll be practicing and offline, but that will affect how the back half of the race goes. But right now, it looks like the 4 men in front are going to be able to put a big gap over the next hour and a half of racing here if this pace continues. 3 minutes left until the LMPs have to come into the pits and give the GT4s their chance to set some clean laps. Josh just going to find a little bit of time here, bring him down to a 124.5. See if we can figure out exactly where it is. I mean, looking at the leaderboard here, because that was one of his better laps, seems he's about a second off the pace in Sector 1 and 2. And on pace in Sector 3. So Sectors 1 and 2 is where he's got to find those 2 seconds he's trying to make up. Doesn't look like this lap is going to be one of those opportunities. Mogo, on the other hand, did manage to break into the 23s, narrowly beating out Big Dean Energy by 0.03 of a second. Got a little under 2 minutes left. Going to get ready to check some stuff out. And Mateus, we can't see when they get notified it's a track cut or not, so you never know. They might be getting flagged and stuff. Alright, just a few seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll send in a message. And we'll let the LMPs try and get their final laps in. We did see the Vasco Motorsports actually got into the 21s there. I am very sad we missed that. Josh tends to lean towards no aero is what I'm hearing. So if I had to guess, that's going to be where the issue lies. Perfect. We got all these guys lining up at the end of the pit line here. Jesus ready to start them off. Oh, Jesus going to the back. It seems. Oh, and Purple going to the back, it seems. Okay. All right, and they are off. I don't know that it's true, Base. This is apparently the chat's theory, is that Josh does not use aero often, I guess. I don't really do the Formula 1 races with you guys, so I'm not positive. But that is what I'm hearing.
RP, app not active.
Alright, so the LMP grid is now set. We've got the Vasco Motorsports crew up in front, Dicko Man Incorporated in second, J&J Auto in third. Splendid, what was your team name? Hold on here. Y'all got me messed up all of a sudden. Gotta pay attention. Splendid is Blue Shell Racing, that's what it is. So Blue Shell Racing is sitting 4th position, and we've got Lich King Energy in 5th. We've got Pilots Are Cool sitting 6th, and Josh Fulton representing Techly Racing in P7. So the back row of the LMP grid, he's actually going to have a GT4 sitting pretty looking next to him. Question is, which one? We are seeing some strong performances in the GT4 class, though. This is definitely a tight-knit grid at the moment. Cheese is the only one standing out, but it remains to be seen, as we do see Tommy Boy pushing hard to try and find a little bit more. He does have aero this time around. I'm proud of you. And that will do it. So a little bit less practice. How's the teammate, Josh? Because as long as you guys are running consistent lap times together, like 124s isn't bad if you hold them the whole way. I imagine that traffic is going to be the biggest thing. So if you are better at getting through the traffic than the other guys, it's going to be a huge difference. Like timing your moves. Trying to keep our eyes here on Tommy Boy, but it looks like he's going to be suffering just a little bit on this lap, so we'll go on to the next racer here. Of course, Jesus himself, not far off his top time, but losing a little bit there. Let's see, who haven't we grabbed? I feel like we haven't really watched Project Purple too much, sitting with a 141 right now, but starting to make a little bit of time up. Just here so you don't get fined. No, that'll be fun. I respect the hustle. I think it'll be more fun than you think. Especially the way Jesus is driving. Maybe he'll end up battling with some of you guys up top there. That 138 is crazy. I'm waiting to see someone else go under 140. I know Tom just put up a 140.1, or recently put up a 140.1. That is an engine sound. We're going to get a little closer to trying to hear that one more time on the downshifts. It's pure American muscle. I do like this livery a lot. Oof. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, the Project Purple is looking sweet. God, it's like gunshots. No wonder it's the American car, baby. Represent. All right, Tommy Boy diving in on Goshu at the moment. Or who? Yeah, Goshu, I think, is the one sitting in the car. Tom actually way up on his lap time. This could be a good one for him unless he had a cut. We'll see what happens in the final straightaway. Making some good time here. Could we see him break into the 39s? This would be a good time to do it. Oh, a little backfire from Tommy Boy as well. His cars are sounding pretty good. And he breaks it to the 138s. That is exciting stuff. That actually is very promising for the race ahead. Tommy Boy could be keeping up there with Jesus. He's the first one to look like he's pushing up a good competitive challenge to it. Now, it doesn't look like he'll be doing that again this lap, but still something to keep our eye on. We're going to take a second here. I'm going to go take a little break. Let you guys keep an eye on the Tools Racing team trying to make their way around the Camaro and hopefully get a sub 40 lap in themselves. or base. Yeah, that. This is the Two Wolves Racing livery. We'll give a good run through here. We got, well, obviously I'm sure you've seen, but coming first, I want you to miss your apex. I don't know who this gentleman is, but I'm sure it's someone funny. The Two Wolves themselves. It's on the top here. I like it. A little Ghost Rider-ish action. I'm probably butchering some stuff here. The drift out. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just beautiful. That's all there is to it. It's just beautiful. And it looks like they did get a 39 while you guys were on board, so that's good. That's good. We'll see Project Purple pulling into the pits now. I don't think they're confident that they'll have enough time to put a clean, good lap in there. Uncle Sam was saying, I want you to miss the Apex base. And yeah, it is the greatest livery of all time. I do love it. It's so much effort too. Like if you look at how many PNGs were on that, oh my god. Like that clearly took a lot of time. Or none at all, in which case I respect it. Oh my lord. Alright. So Jesse's gonna cross, or sorry, Jake's gonna cross the line with enough time to get through here. Oh no, yeah, okay. It is Jake driving right now. Jesse is on the back burner, I believe. Maybe racing, maybe doing the actual first stint, but not handling this section of qual at the very least. Purple did head out, but I don't think they'll have enough time to do one more full lap. Let's see if anyone else is on the board. Goatshoe will not have a chance there. It doesn't look like we're going to get a good attempt there. So you are the man. It's going to be Jesse Hoffer, or sorry, Jake driving this one. Alright, so JHP Racing, that's the name of this team here, JHP. So JHP Racing's actually going to be able to finish this lap, despite the announcer bot blabbling behind me. And they're on a hot lap at that. They could be looking at overtaking Goshu here, and if they can find enough time, Gage isn't out of the question. They got to find 4/10 here in the last couple seconds, or sectors, but coming through now. Looks like they had a little bit of a weaker entry than they did on their previous lap. Now they're in danger of not passing Goshu altogether. They've got to find a little more time. They've got to find a way to stop this delta. Oh, I think it's dropped a bit too much now. They're going to be sitting just shy. Oh, and it must not have been a clean lap. We must have missed out on a cut somewhere along the line. I still love it, Max. Alright, where is... There you go. Have patience, have fun, and don't die turn one. That is my message there. The performance delta is accurate, yes. Yeah, Mateus, when I click in on someone, we can actually see their delta. Every once in a while you get a little bit of a glitch, but it's pretty accurate. Alright, let's take her from the top. We've got Nico, well, we'll go with Dicko Man. We've got Vasco Motorsports. We've got Lich King Energy. Pilots are cool. Oop. Losing the grid over here. So we got the pilot. Oh, my lord. There you go. So, pilots are cool. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can't do this. I'm looking it up again. God damn it. Blue Shell Racing. Why is it? Oh, because their car's not blue. That's why it's hard. Anyway, Techly Racing.
Sure we aren't doing a rolling start, right? Not making sure we aren't doing a rolling start, right? Okay, good. Sure we aren't doing a rolling start, right?
Okie dokie. No rolling starts in this house. Alright, so I did adjust the angle of the map, so that's why it looks like it's at a weird angle, but it's so that you can actually see where this wind is pointing in relation to the track. So we'll see what happens once we shift into the race session. During that qual time, they only had a 3 km/h tailwind on that first straight. Oh, let's see. Now they've got a 9, so that's actually going to help these LMPs out a little bit. That wind will affect them, but they also get a little bit of a headwind in that back section there. So definitely enough to make things a little more interesting. You know, nothing too crazy. But it is finally time. The moment everyone's been waiting for here. 3-hour race getting ready to kick off. We've got Vasco up in front, Dicko Man right behind them, J&J Auto behind Blue Shell, Lich King Energy, Pilots are cool, and Josh Fulton representing Techly Racing to wrap up the LMPs. Then right behind them in the GT4s, we've got Cheesus leading the way in Cheesy Potatoes, Tommy Boy, I don't remember, Two Wolves Racing there behind, Goshu, we got JHP, and Maximum Purple. This is going to be one hell of a race. It's going to be hard to keep tabs on all the action, but we will do our best. I figure turn 1, our best bet is to keep an eye on these LMPs. And away we go. 3 hours starts now. Tell your loved ones you will see them later. Immediately off the bat, Vasco with a rough start, causing a 3 wide through T1. This is not the place you really want to do that, and immediately causes some hard chaos there. Oh my god, this is one hell of a way to start a race. It's a very long one. That's just chaos off the bat. And are we there yet? Yes, that is the name. So Rodrigo finally getting moving. It looks like someone already left the race from J&J Racing. And it looks like the teammate will be coming in now. They're going to be doing their driver swap right away. Mogo goes into the back of Fulton and spins out, and we'll be going through now. Splendid on the way. That was one start to the race. I'm surprised nobody asked if we were going to do a restart, but it was not requested by the racers, so we are going to let it go. So Splendid now making his way out front. We're going to pause up here for a second to see what's going on. We've got Josh behind him. A lot of chaos, so it's hard to tell. Then Dean and Mogo coming up over this way. Looks like we then have Cheesus. Ooh, and Project Purple narrowly avoiding Vasco Motorsports. And we do see JHP behind them as well. So the GT4 grid is pretty close together. We do have one of their racers, I think, who, or J&J actually might be part of the LMP class then? I'm trying to see where they are on the grid currently. I do have someone just pulled into the pits there. Looks like Goshu and Cage both pulling into the pits. I'm assuming they took a little bit of damage early on from this collision here in T1. Yeah, I think because of the length of the race, all that chaos can be made up for. In my personal opinion, there, it's going to be a little tough, but I think just because everyone's still going, we're going to have to. I know, I think people do forget, so I mean, to be fair to them, I will try and trigger one. Let's see if I can. But, see if I can hit the button fast enough. Okay, I'll trigger a vote, and I will let them all do what they gotta do. In the meantime, I triggered a vote. It's up to the racers. All right, so vote failed. It seems like we're going to be keeping on moving here, so we'll keep an eye on the grid and all the action. Sorry, I have not been speaking much, but that's because we're just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Gage's drive-through penalty didn't go through even though he pitted. Yeah, the penalties for drive-through stuff, don't worry about that. I'm going to take care of whatever I got to. Just as long as people were, waiting their 120 seconds at least at one time, that's not a big deal. Plus, you guys are a 3-man team, so just don't worry about it for the first one. Alright, so let's take a look at some of the action going on around the grid here. We do have Project Purple actually in the process of getting passed by Tommy Boy, the Aston Martin. Camaro does sound good, but that Aston Martin seems to have a little bit more grip going through the curves right now. Jesus is safely holding out about 6-second lead on the man in front. And doesn't seem like these guys are going to have to worry about traffic for the time being. Taking a look at another battle in the faster class. We've got Big Dean Energy trying to hold off Mogo behind them. They're going to be heading into this long straight now where he's got the tailwind in his favor. Doesn't seem like Mogo had a good enough entrance, though, to make any plays here. Traffic coming into play for Josh Fulton and the Techley team as they have to swerve a bit to avoid Gage. Dean flashing to ask for the inside lane there. Mogo not going to be able to do the same. He's going to have to go out a little bit wide. Dean with a massive spin there manages to hold it so he doesn't take any damage from the wall. We'll see where he ends up following that spin. It looks like Vasco Motorsports may have had a similar oh, they did actually in the beginning of T1, so that will finally give them a position. They are now sitting in P5. That's 4 laps into the event. Let's see what else we've got up in front. Splendid still trying to defend his lead from Nico behind him. Big Man Racing coming in very hot into T1, actually managing to gain a 10th for a moment there. We have a very tight battle here between these three, but who is the third car? Okay, it's Ayash. He is 1 lap back from the rest of the pack, but really not doing too poorly. He's keeping up with these lead cars. He was one of the ones, I think, with the top time. So we could see him make up a lot of space here. Who got DQ'd? What? Hang on. It seems these guys got disqualified here. Wait. Gage Cornell has left.
RP, app not active. We aren't doing a rolling start, right?
Thank you, Speed, for pointing out the announcer bot thing. Turn that off. I'm looking at the logs right now. Hang on. 10 minutes in. I'm not sure what to do. Hang on here. The problem is it's going to mess up the qualifying order if we restart. All right, let me try and do something here. Is everybody in this? Okay, hang on. Looks like Gage got disqualified and that. Okay.
Yes, app not active. We aren't doing a rolling start, right? Okay,
All right, we're gonna restart it real quick. Everybody get back in now. Everybody back in.
RP, app not active. We aren't doing a rolling start, right?
We're gonna see if that works for them too. Hopefully,
P1 is facing
this
back.
solves it.
T doing a rolling start, right? How do you DQ? Awkward no. T doing a rolling start, right? Hey Nick, pay attention on your rejoins. You came in on the racing line and boned me. RP, app not active. Attention on your rejoins. You came in on the racing line and boned me.
I do see someone sitting backwards up there. Oh my god, shut up. Why is this reading all of them? Oh, that's why. How do I do that? Oh, I can't turn that off right now. Okay, great. Let's see, did everybody get back in? I'm seeing people missing. What the fuck? No, don't leave. Oh my god. Alright, what? I don't know what to do at this point. We are trying to get everything going here. Looks like Ayash started literally facing backwards for some reason. I think at this point we are just going to have to go with it and hope he rejoins. I'm not positive. Did you get a penalty or something? Why did you quit? I just don't understand why they left immediately, but well, if they left, I'm not going to restart it again. We got a 2-lap pen, and why'd you got 2-lap penalty? Okay, hang on.
Hey, Buggy, let's check this one more time. There was cars backwards on the grid. So,
okay. So kick it one more time?
Yeah, I've just been parked because there was cars facing us when we were
okay. I'm restarting it again. Hopefully all the drivers are in.
I'm gonna jump back to voice chat. Hopefully they're facing the right way this time.
Yeah, so. Like we can't keep restarting it, so hopefully whatever happens now, this is what it is.
Yep, I'd say last time.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay.
Seward to stay on the outside of that corner may in on the racing line and boned me. Seward to stay on the outside of that corner may in on the racing line and boned me. Some cars were teleported on the first restart and bounced on the track. Cars were teleported.
Alright,
on
I
the
need
first
to. How
restart
do I
and
mute
bounced
the
on track.
fucking chat or whatever? I need to mute this because it's gonna drive me nuts. Alright, let's go from there. Is what it is on all accounts. Holy fuck. 22 minutes into the race, we start our 3-hour event one last time. I should have put stronger stuff in this coffee, but going into turn 1, it looks like we do not have our usual chaos. A little bit of our usual chaos as we see one member of the GT4 class, Gage, unfortunately get caught in some crossfire. But other than that, a relatively clean start. So third time is a charm. Got Nico, Splendid, Mogo, Gels, Big, Dean Energy, and Josh. And ooh, are we gonna have a spin from... I guess not. What a save there as we see most of the grid going wide on the GT4 class. I wonder if those fresh tires threw everybody off. It wouldn't be a real rookie race without a little bit of chaos here. I am beyond used to it, so it just puts plans a little bit, changed for, I want to say, those driver swaps. I do feel bad for the guys who are scheduling these things a little bit tightly, but we'll see what happens. Although I will say it does seem to be worth it now. Look at the pack that we've got here. This is significantly more entertaining to watch off the rip. We've got 5 members of the GT4 class holding real tight together. Tommy Boy and Goshu trying to find a way to bring Cheezus back in and make it a 6-man battle once more. This is looking good. We're going to take a look up front as well. Vasco Motorsports trying to defend a Dicko Man Incorporated behind them. You can see the Blue Shell Racing creeping thin through the background there as the rest of the LMPs start making their way into the first straight. A little bit of tight action there causes contact between Vasco and Nico. These guys got to leave a little bit of space for each other, especially with Splendid coming up now to join the battle. Ooh, and Nico pushes it a little too hard, ends up spinning out. Rodrigo and Splendid trying to make their way through safely. Looks like Nico with the spin out does end up at the back of the LMP grid, but not too far away. Doesn't give the GT4s a chance to catch him, that's for sure. We've got Vasco now fighting off the Blue Shell, which honestly seems fitting there. Blue Shell looking for their way to make a move on the inside, but Rodrigo does close the door well on that one. We will take a look also at the battle going on behind between Mogo and J&J Auto. The pilots and J&J have been also locked pretty close together in the first 2 laps of the battle here. I almost thought I heard someone pitting, but it doesn't sound like that. I don't see any major issues, so that's good. Behind them, you can see Josh finding a way in, as well as Big Dean behind him. So another good tight grid going on between these guys in the LMP class. We'll make our way back, though, to the almost 5-man battle for P2 in the GT4. It is astonishing the speed difference between these, actually, once you really take a look at it. You can see, oh, and hear those LMPs roaring around the track. Yeah, Splendid is biding his time right now. I am keeping an eye on that. I actually wonder if this section is going to be where he tries to make his move. One thing to consider, I don't know, if he's thinking this far into it, but if he just stays behind Vasco and the rest of the grid isn't catching up, he'll actually do a lot better on fuel consumption, and we'll be able to go probably a little, maybe even a lap or 2 longer. So it wouldn't be the worst idea not to take the overtake, but to just sit back and enjoy the benefits, since these guys aren't lapping too far off each other's pace. Seems like that one section Nico spun out on was definitely one that he had spun out on before. Oh, I want to change away, but I think this is it. Splendid is finally going to make his move. He does manage to clear the nose of Vasco and pulls ahead. And at this point now, I think he's going to secure his position through the turns, but they do still have a lot more to go. I'll take a look again at the GT4 wave battle. I hear Tommy Boy actually blaring his horn every once in a while. It looks like he is trying to get close to Goshu, at least to hang out in his draft. These guys seem to be lapping around a 141 altogether. Not bad. Actually, yeah, the lap times right there, we had Tommy Boy with a 141.33. We had Project Purple with a 141.34, and Jake with a 141.36. So these guys are sticking real close together. I didn't get to see what actually we can see Goshu's below was a little bit faster, but that Aston Martin here taking the position on the straight, can he hold it? Goshu's going to kind of squeeze him in as much as he can, making Tommy take a little bit of a slower line to start, but he does get a better exit. Ooh, almost a little bit of contact as Goshu tries to switch sides before Purple can take that outside away from him. Does cause Purple to back off and keep the race moving, but it gave Jake an opportunity to pull into the mix as well. Splendid now with over a second lead to the man behind, so we're gonna keep the we're gonna let the LMPs do their thing as we see who comes out in second through this battle. Tommy Boy was waiting for that opportunity for a while, so I don't see him relegating that position anytime soon, or at least intentionally. You can hear the LMPs coming. They are not too far away. I'd say give it about a lap, if that. Oop, and we got the men behind now. We're going to let Tom go and try and watch this battle between Project and Jake. I don't even know if it's a battle or if these guys are working together. That draft is real strong there, the two Camaros. Let's see if we go for a bump draft here, or he's going to try and take that inside. It's going to be tight, and he has just enough space as Project moves over, sees it coming. And he actually brakes a little early. Ooh, and Project goes flying into the back of Goshu with a very late braking point. Oh, and Goshu with a almost danger re-entry. Whoever the man in front was thankfully paying a lot of attention. I think that was Splendid there, narrowly avoided that contact. We are going to get the lap traffic coming through here. Purple and Goshu side by side, or sorry, front to back really, as the LMPs start to power on through here. These guys have much later braking points, much more speed. We'll see what happens through. And they do manage to get through the first group cleanly. We'll see what happens as they go now through Tommy Boy and JHP Motorsport. Bit more seasoned with the multi-class style there from Tommy Boy, so it seems like everything will go smooth through Sector 3 for both parties. So the grid's starting to spread up a little bit. 2 seconds now separating Splendid and the man behind. I do wonder if we'll see J&J Motorsports make a move soon, or J&J Auto rather. Those guys do put up some pretty quick times, as well as Nico. You can see has now closed his gap by about 5 seconds. The more the traffic spreads out, the more difficult it's going to be to keep these top lap times. So the LMPs really should think about trying to set the pace now, go for that fastest lap point if they can. I know, it's always heartbreaking to see some of these go. But Everyone is doing all right. There's nothing really too crazy. It's still this Goshu and Project Purple battle. I think Project's trying to keep off a little bit here. Let's stick in with Goshu and see if he's got any suspension damage. No, looks like he's able to keep it pretty straight. So that's always a plus. He's now falling a little bit off his delta as we've got a 4-man LMP grid going by him. Nico's going to have to really try and find his way through there. Goshu not noticing the faster car next to him. Oh, and a little bit of contact there between classes. We'll see where all the penalties lie at the end of today's events. Looks like we've got a 2-lap difference at the moment, so we're really starting to work our way in to the separation of the grid. Man, Jesus is miles ahead at the moment. It looks like he may be a minute back from the nearest LMP, but 15 seconds up on Tommy Boy with still 99% of the race. We don't make virtual mirrors mandatory because for the guys with VR, it's fucky. And not radar is strongly suggested, but we don't because the only way we could do that is with Heli Corsa specifically. So I think I don't remember. I gotta double check. I might be able to turn on just the basic one, but I can't recall. But yeah, everyone should have radar. Like I'm even broadcasting with radar, so like that should really tell you. Man, Goshu's doing a great job defending from Purple behind him. I think they're trying to make up time on that JHP crew in front of them, and I'm not quite sure how they're faring. I'm waiting to get a good sense of it. They're making up a 10th here or there, that's for sure, as they now fall within the 10-second gapping to those guys in front of them. You can actually see that wing going right over the barrier. So not too bad. They just got to keep up this pace here. It's a long race. They'll be able to move in. Yeah, I don't see Purple going for another dive or anything after the way the last one worked out. I think he's going to be taking his time to kind of build that confidence back. But both of these racers are actually costing themselves time. As you can see, Gage now right behind them, getting ready to move in. He was actually putting some of the faster laps. I want to say he put a 139 at one point during qualifying. Maybe he hit the 138s. I can't recall. But if I were to guess, him getting through that pack would be one of the ways to bridge that gapping. Oh, and a big spin from him as he goes into the pits. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on. He overshoots the box. And he leaves, looks like... Ooh, I got a notification about the driver swap being initiated, I think. Let's see. Yep, that looks good to me. I do see the timer going. So they did perform a clean swap. The next driver will be coming in.
Restart and bounced on the track. He and boned me.
It just keeps replaying the last message when someone joins. That's kind of funny because it's the one about someone getting T-boned. Does not get owned. It does seem like we got an early driver swap, but right now 11:30 would be about where people were starting to get ready to end, because that's a 3-man team, so they might be saving him for the final 15 minutes or so. And it looks like these guys are completing their actual driver swap there. I'm keeping an eye here to see what the plan is. Wonder, are we going for some fuel or... Given today's stuff, we'll, I don't know about the full hour thing for each driver, because I know timings and plans got a little bit skewed. I would prefer it if we try to keep it close, but hard to tell. You know, it's going to be... I know that's tough to guarantee. We've got Nico fending off Dino behind him there. Gotta text the wisses, you know how it goes. Priorities, boys. Alright, sorry about that. So, we are watching Decoman Motorsport here, trying to make their way back up to Mogo, 22 seconds ahead. I'm guessing it'll come from a few spins. Well, the car seems to be in good condition. He does have Lich King Energy not far off the pace behind him, so we could see a move later on from them. Let's see around the grid. It looks like Vasco Motorsports made a big jump up on Splendid ahead now, only about a second away. What was the... Don't tell me they got DQ'd again or something like that. Why did he... Everything should be good. Okay, I don't see any issues there. I think Shelton, yes, is back on track, so we're going to be okay there, from what I can tell. Man, the traffic did cost a little bit of time. Vasco's starting to get the move on Splendid here. J&J are properly on the track with a functioning car. That is honestly fantastic news. You guys were having a great qualifying there. So there's still 2 hours and 45 minutes. There's a lot of time to make up. And with the pace you are at, I'm not too worried for you. I think you can really make up some space here. And there's always going to be some strategy changes now. You never know how the pit strats will change, but you guys will keep it interesting. I don't doubt that. Ooh, Splendid with a little bit of a lockup there. Does give Vasco a chance to move forward just a little bit. Just can't find a good angle through there. We do see them coming up on one of the men in front. Looks like they already passed Tommy Boy, so I'm assuming that that's got to be Jesus up ahead. And we'll try and get a view there. I genuinely can't tenfold in this angle, so I guess we'll have to find out shortly. As they get closer and closer, they're definitely going to be eaten up on that long straightaway there. And it does look like Cheesy Potatoes will be the team that they're moving in. I think Jesus is going to start to get a little bit bored here as that gap grows and grows, now sitting 30 seconds ahead, only 20 minutes into a 3-hour race. So that's a huge accomplishment there. You know, and another thing to consider, boys, we do not know what these guys' teammates are capable of. Anything can happen in the once these swaps start going on. You never know what times we're going to see. Right now, everybody's only pushing 23s in the LMP class and mid-low 40s in the GT4. So a lot of wiggle room there, a lot of space to go either way. But, you know, speaking on checking in on people, let's do a little bit of an around the grid, see who's battling who. Right now, obviously, we've been watching the Vasco and Blue Shell Racing competition. Seems like Vasquez is afraid to get in front and get hit by that blue shell. We've got Mogo now, and the pilots are cool. Only 10 seconds back. If you take a look, he's actually only really a turn and a half away from the action, so he's definitely not out of the picture by any means. Nico's definitely another one that's going to start to get a little bored as we see him hot lapping out by himself, but I'm sure that GT4 traffic keeps him a little bit entertained as he gets to watch them coming up in front of him. J&J looking to unlap themselves from Dean here. I'll see if they can make the move. That's going to be a tough spot because it does sound like they've got a little bit of traffic ahead, but he could use that to his advantage. So Dean's going to go try and take the inside away from the GT4 class. J&J is going to follow him in, causing JHP to have to pull back a little. That'll cost them time as they're trying to catch up to Tommy Boy ahead. J&J going with a little bit of a later braking point, causing a lockup, but does give them a decent exit into the main straight. Obviously, both racers flooring it past Tommy Boy. J&J trying to grab a little bit of a draft off it, but will not be enough. They're going to have to work hard and get another opportunity here to unlap themselves. Dean crosses with a 26.7, J&J with a 26.99. Yeah, J&J is definitely going to have to get back up to those quali times here sooner rather than later, but it is certainly possible. And oh yeah, definitely sign up for the next one, man. We love having. I wanted this to be a full grid. I thought about making it an open race with a passport so people could join mid race, but I didn't want the lag spikes to piss anybody off. So just be. And just check something real quick. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, just trying to get that camera. Does anyone know, is Splendid Swiss or Swiss German or something like that? I know he's got the Italian flag, but is he Italian? I only ask because do we have a German winning both categories right now? Well, a Swiss German and a German winning. I know Dean is really getting dragged off the pace there by that. Splendid gonna have to lap in traffic. Will it give Goshu a chance to move past Purple? It seemed Purple did finally get past Goshu. I'm not sure when, that must have just happened and we missed it. We'll see if Goshu can take a little late dive in and try and make that back up. And these racers are trying to stretch every inch out of the track there. Ooh, Goshu looking for an angle. Oh, he's holding off. He's doing a good job. He's not hitting any bumpers there. I'm just keeping an eye on the live timings. There was no contact. But he does need to find a way back through. Looks like he's going to pull back a little now. But really not that big of a distance. If you look, we got just that much between them. So Goshu definitely making him work for it. That's for sure. Right now, this is one of the closest battles we have on the grid, so we're going to try and keep an eye on it for now, see if he can make his way back up there. I do see Jay still trying to get up to Dean in front of him. He just can't find a way through that traffic. This last lap, a tenth of a second faster than Dean, so he is slowly moving up, but needs to find that pace once more. It could be Osh as part of it. The Brazilians are not out of the LMP class by any means. You can see Splendid not too far ahead of him, so certainly still have an opportunity. Project Purple now with a commanding lead over Goshu. Wow, I wonder There must have been some sort of an incident that we missed or something like that, but commanding lead. So Purple is now holding on tight to the 4th place spot. He's got 12 seconds to make up to a podium battle. JHP Motorsport does have Tommy Boy still in their sights. That's him making a turn at the end of the track, so a little bit of motivation to keep an eye on for them. Tommy Boy, though, is probably starting to get a little tired here. We look at his lap times, starting to be a little bit off his delta. That solo lapping does get to you when you don't really have much to focus on. Jesus now getting lapped by the LMP cars ahead. I think Josh lapping him was the final LMP car to officially do so. So 30 minutes in, he's only gotten lapped by the grid once. It's not too bad. I was expecting to see a lot more out of them, but probably did math completely incorrectly. So that's usually pretty good. Jesus, though, looking phenomenal and consistent as he's only a 10th off his time, shooting down the drone camera, or attempting to. It's funny, he's got the gunshots on the upshift and the Camaro on the downshift. Bang. That is one hell of a beautiful sight to see. The leader just hot lapping it away. Really taking it easy. You can see he is pushing. He is using the whole track, but he is not by any means doing anything that would be, you know, nerve-wracking. I don't see any lockups here. I don't see the car kind of losing. I don't even hear squeals of the tires. Yeah, it really does not sound too bad at all. So he is doing a great job keeping control of that car, and we'll see how much further his pace continues. Hang on a second there. It looks like Tommy Boy may have had a little bit of a spin. Are we there yet, Racing? Now sitting in 3rd position as JHP found a way around them. I'm not positive what happened there. Hopefully Tom can find a way to eventually get that back. But in the meantime, JHP going to use that LMP behind them to put a little bit more space between them and Tom. Traffic always helps, you know, makes things a little bit easier. Jake doing a great job at holding off the seasoned racer behind. We've seen some interesting things from Tom, I'll say that much. He has a habit of putting out the fastest laps when you least expect it. So we'll see when he gets to take that opportunity on Jake once more. Looking around the grid, I see the 5 and the 7 car. I want to say that's these guys. Yes, it looks like Jal Jr. has finally found his way past Dean. I'm going to assume that happened within the last turn or two, as he has officially unlapped himself from one more man on the grid. So 30 seconds up to the next race, or sorry, 20 seconds until he gets to the next target, from what I can tell. He's got a lot of time that he needs to make up, but he's actually just entered a pretty open section of the straight. As long as he can hold off Dean behind him, he'll be able to start putting in some better lap times. You can actually see his delta already racing up a little bit. He's going to want to be careful now with the track limits, because when you're on a hot lap, those cuts are the ones that go against you. So if he really has been holding back to kind of give space to Dean, and this is going to be him unleashing, he needs to do it cleanly to set a precedent, give himself a little bit of a cushion for some of the other laps. Doing great as he dives into one of the longer hairpins there. Start of the S's, if you will, but he is still looking clean, about 10th up on his time. You can see Tommy Boy now going to be the traffic in front. If he times this right, it'll be alright, but this could be dangerous. Oh, and he spins out. Dean narrowly avoids the contact. Very well done. Great reaction there. But unfortunately, Jal's going to have a little bit of work to do, as they have now been relapped by the grid in front. 4 seconds to Josh. Still can take that back, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. Speaking of tricky, I know we've got the Two Wolves Racing Team. We can't ignore them with the Chris Hansen special. These guys have been working pretty hard to try and get back some places. I see now they are unlapped themselves all the way up to 3rd position, so they got 2 more racers ahead to work on. That's going to be Johansson and Jesus. What? Where's the ping at on this gentleman here? This ping doesn't look too crazy. I'm not positive on what it was that we just watched. Project Purple now pulling into the pits. Okay. Let's try that again. We've got Tommy Boy still chasing down HP Motorsports. I really don't know what we just watched. But it seems like everything worked out for at least the Two Wolves Racing Team. Project Purple seems to be doing their regular pit. I think they might be pitting for damage or fuel or something, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, that car just decided to do whatever it wanted. I'm not really sure. We heading into T1. All right, so the Aston versus the Camaro has actually been a pretty good battle so far. I will say I was a little worried when we had Goshu in the mix, but he's still a couple seconds back. The three-way battle on some of those turns got a little bit hairy, but Tommy Boy can make a move here. He's one who's a little bit more meticulous, though. I could see him waiting till a later point, especially with the man in front making a few mistakes. They do have one of the LMP class coming up behind them. That's going to be the Leader Splendid. So give it about 6 seconds. And we will see the Vasco Motorsports crew diving in behind. I was going to say, traffic is always good. It gives Tom a chance to make moves on the Camaro in front when he's being a little bit extra cautious. They are going to force that to go to... Okay, wow. So Vasco goes outside. Tommy Boy slows up to avoid the contact, but manages to take the position back from JHP, following just a little bit of a spin out there. Cost him about 7 seconds on the man in front. So Tom's going to have a good cushion to go with now. We'll take a look at another battle that's slowly starting to shape up. It seems Josh is getting his bearings on the track as he is now within 3 seconds of Dean and the Lich King Energy race team. These guys are kind of mirroring each other as you see Josh takes a similar line and spins out, unfortunately. We'll see. He's going to have a tough re-entry here with J&J finally unlapping themselves once more. They're going to have to do the same to Dean in front of them. But it seems like we're going to be getting that battle back again. Trying to take a look at where Dean is in reference. So he is at around that part, or sorry, the end of the S's, I would call it. As these guys got a little bit of ways to make up. Let's see, we've also got, taking a look here if we got any other battles at the moment, but nothing too crazy. Everyone's kind of holding their own. We're only about half hour in, so I don't think we're going to if the so the tire time isn't calculated separately from the fuel time. Both pits are done at the same. So if it takes less time to change tires than it does to add fuel, there's no reason not to just add get new tires, because then you're always on fresh. It really just comes down to the timing. If you're adding enough fuel to where you're going to be there, then just swap the tires. Yeah, right. Like they might have started light and now they're going heavy. You never know.
RP, have not actively Porter on the first restart and bounced on the track, he and owned me.
And it looks like they're actually going to be doing one of their driver swaps here in a moment. We'll see where they come out. I do actually want to keep an eye on this. Looks like they're going to be doing a proper swap time though, so we're going to just wait and let that roll. Let's take a look at the men up in front. We've got Splendid here, really putting a nice cushion to the grid behind him. I'm still holding out hope that we see something special from the J&J race team, or at the very least, Vasco pushing through. Splendid's other teammate, let's see who that is. That actually might have some bearing on what we've got going on today. So Lich King is going to come in for Dean. We do have Sloth Croissant will be coming in for Josh Fulton on Techly Racing. Jawa will be coming in for Mogo on the Pilots Are Cool team. Woohoo Man for Nico, Mr. Ricardo for Vasco, and Barbados for Blue Shell, as well, J&J has been flip-flopping, so a little hard to tell where they're at overall. Now, I'm going to make some assumptions here. I know Lich King is one of the faster LMPs that we've got out there. So if Dean can stick in this range, that's actually going to be pretty good for them. I don't know where Sloth Croissant lies, but I know that he hasn't gotten much practice on the grid. Jawa is definitely one of the faster racers that we've got around here. So him and Lich King will be interesting to watch in that second half. Cannot speak to most of the other guys. I'd say Barbados, Woohoo, maybe Sloth Croissant might be a very interesting battle to watch there. It's all going to be hard to tell, but definitely going to be some differences in the second half on the LMP side. Switching over to GT4s, I've got Potato coming in for Jesus, but those guys do a good job of keeping close together. Alex Goes Racing coming in for Go Racing, and he's pretty consistent there too. We'll get Jesse coming in on the JHP team. Probably Evan on 2 Wolves. And see, I think we are still waiting for Max to join in, as we've got Purple Riding and Speed Bump in the back half. So we could have some grid changes, honestly, once the swaps go down. We're probably about an hour out from where we'll see those guys doing that. I'm a little tempted to go grab a quick snack, but I feel bad because the racers can't. So they might be listening to me right now saying that I want to grab a snack and thinking about how they want to grab a snack, but they can't grab a snack because they're racing. It would be rude for me to even have this conversation if they're listening, because I'd be talking about snacks a lot while they're driving, and it might distract them because of their want for snacks. Alex is currently in the pit lane, or in the garage, just napping, waiting for his stint, I would imagine. I don't believe they will have woken him up at this stage. Let's see. Wait a minute here. Hang on a second. When did this happen? No comment from Mateus, but it seems like Splendid must have gone off the track at some point or had some sort of an incident passing cars. And we now have Vasco Motorsports, the Brazilian team, out in front. Jawa getting warmed up, ready to go. That's excellent. There are requests to see if the MX-5 will make it out onto the track. I cannot make that guarantee, but as we take a look at the 7th car on the grid, I can at least try. Oh God, it will let me, so no, we're not gonna do that. That's dangerous. All right, let's see where these guys are at, actually. So it looks like they're 2.4 laps behind. Now, they did already do a driver swap, so that'll come into play once the remainder of the grid goes to do theirs. Seems like there is a tight battle going on over here. Mogo and Nico. When did these two get so close together? So looks like we finally have a little bit of action going on here. I know we've just been jumping around. LMP class is really trying to switch things up on us as we reach the end of the first hour. His pit strat didn't save. Okay, so double tire change for the purple racing team. Bit unfortunate, but that doesn't mean it's anything they can't come back from. People have been making mistakes at all stages. Nico with a little swerve in there. Interesting moves all around, but Mogo with a little lockup as Nico tries to find the time back again. 0.7 now. He's fallen back outside that 1 second marker, so Mogo won't have to worry about the draft here. And that tailwind will be helping both racers, so nothing to be afraid of. Both racers are cornering really well, so I'm not really sure where the advantages lie or where Nico was able to pull out so much time for, but he did a great job there closing that gap. Now he's just got to finish the job. 2 hours and 20 minutes left. You can see these later breaking points of his into the S's is actually going to be, I think, what's costing Mogo. Not far behind them now, though. You can see Jal Jr. starting to make his way up through the GT4 traffic behind them. Speaking of GT4 traffic, we've got the whole crew here. Mogo with a little bit of a slip up almost hits the back of the Two Wolves racing car. Nico and Mogo splitting these GT4s. A little dangerous. They really should be picking a side here if they can, but obviously sometimes with the racing line you don't want to follow too close into your opponent. Nico with one hell of a move to get past Mogo. I think he might have pulled that off because Mogo saw it coming, but either way, that was a damn good pass. So we do see Dickoman Racing sitting in front of Mogo, and what was their team name? I can't even remember now. Yeah, the junction is not a great turn to have that traffic on. It was, I think what ended up happening was Mogo was slowing for the traffic and Nico both was going for his normal point and a little mustard on it and just happened to time it right with the traffic. I think there was a little bit of luck involved in that one, but he pulled it off. I don't know. I'm impressed. I'm sure I'll hear about that one later, but I am impressed for the moment. Let's take a look at some other battles going on the grid. We do have Goshu trying to make his way to JHP in front of him, and you can actually see the Two Wolves Racing crew also there. They're trying to hold off the GT4 at the moment, from what I can tell. If you guys are wondering why the GT4s are so quiet, it's because I had to turn down engine sounds due to the LMP2s and their obnoxious engines that you can apparently hear from several turns away. Keeping an eye on the three-man battle here through T1. 30 laps into the race for the LMPs, and it looks like about 26 for the GT4s, possibly 25. Wow, Jesus is now a full lap and a half ahead of Tommy Boy in front of him. We've got Tommy Boy trying to make up some more time here as these guys sit 20 seconds behind him. Or sorry, a minute. Jesus is not a lap yet, but about a minute and a half. Can't be too long now. I see the number 2 car. Where is Jesus in the mix? Let's find out. Jesus is currently hot lapping very much solo. And he's getting ever closer to the number 2 spot there. Wow. He's not doing a bad job, I will put it that way. Good for him. Who haven't we shown some love to in a bit? Let's take a look at Project Purple. Always love showing that Camaro a little bit of love. They're back on track following one of their long driver swaps. I know we've had a few guys do that. Looks like he is at least off to a good start as far as his lap time goes. So let's see what he can make happen here. Big spread starting to happen in the GT4 lap times. You can actually see Two Wheels Racing just put up a 140. Meanwhile, the remainder of the grid is sitting around the 142 mark, including Tommy Boy. Okay, so the driver swap happening there by the JHP Auto got me a little bit concerned, but this might put the two Camaros almost next to each other, which would be pretty cool to see them come out that way. Oh, hang on a minute here. I know what that flicker means. Yes, indeed. We've got Osh and Josh battling it out. Who has the superior first letter? Right now, it does look like Osh is getting a little bit of an advantage on Josh there. And J&J making their way back through the grid. These guys have been working real hard. Look at that. A 122 actually was their last lap. So they are currently lapping faster than the entirety of the grid. So if anybody can make their way back from the current predicament, it is this team right here. But they got to stop switching racers. They got to just drive, get on the track and go. All these pit stops are definitely starting to catch up to them through no fault of their own, you know, just a little misfortunes here, but now is the time to make up for it, and they're doing a good job at that. The LMP class is actually starting to shape up a couple battles. As you see Splendid trying to make his way back into the action, keeping the Brazilians at bay. I see Josh's supporters are rolling in here, so we'll take a little look at the Techley Racing team. It sounds like they do have a little bit of company in front of them as they try and make a move onto the J&J crew in front, maybe get that position back. Now that is Mogul all the way up there in front of him. I don't know if maybe at some point Josh happened to get lapped by him, or maybe there was already a pit stop by these guys, but right now, Josh does seem to be trying to catch up to the number 4 car in front of him, which leads to the question, where's Dean? Josh has 1 man to catch, 40 seconds ahead of him, but he's got 3 cars from his class in front that he's actually kind of gaining on, so I'm not sure what the story was there, but he's doing a great job of getting it back now, whatever went on. He's putting in some good, solid lap times now. I don't want to abandon Josh, but I do see J&J. I think they're going to go for another move here in just a second. You can see them shaking up on Mogo ahead. Splendid as well, getting into striking distance on Vasco. We're going to try and keep our eye on both. I'm not sure who's going to take the move right away. Mogo with a little bit of a lag spike causes a bit of a scary moment, but J&J keeps moving and knowing they have the space regardless. I think we're going to see one more late break here from J&J, and it seems like Splendid is shaking up to do the same in front. Ooh, and falls off of the Delta. Splendid, that's not J&J. J&J actually trying to catch a little bit of a draft here from Mogo, so that should help them with the overall time. Osh is absolutely killing it right now. We'll see if they can keep this up. This is a lot of traffic through the grid. Osh is going to have to try and find a clean way through. Splendid trying to make a move as well. Is very difficult not to flip over to that battle, but all this traffic is absolutely going to play a role whatever happens here. Mogo trying to get a move on Nico, but Osh might actually be able to get past both racers at some point. Where did we see Nico go? There we go. Oh, name tags blocking him out. As they head into turn one, Osh does manage to make the move on Mogo. That's two racers now that Mogo has let go past him in T1. I think we got a little bit of PTSD from one of the first couple race starts. Osh absolutely flying to try and unlap himself from Nico as well. Splendid must have pushed a little bit too hard up front. Seems like he is now down to the man ahead, 8.8 seconds. Must have been a decent spin, but no traffic behind him means he was able to get right back on the track. We've got Two Wolves Racing going to get caught up in a little bit of traffic here. Manages to actually help Osh out because that's going to push Mogo a little bit further back and outside of that drafting range. Osh known for getting these late dives on, but so is Nico, so it's going to be tough for him to get around. And we also can't ignore Mogo behind. Any slowdowns from the car in front, including that lockup right there, could be enough. And Osh actually gets through, so he has almost fully unlapped himself from the grid. He's doing a real good job there. The next car to beat is actually Splendid. And on his current pace, we could see that within the hour. He's doing one hell of his, well, he's doing his duty. We'll put it that way. All right, and as he breaks free of the pack behind, we're going to start to look around at some more action on the track. I do see, well, we've got all of these guys fighting here. Kind of seems like the LMPs are where the majority of the action is right now. I know we've got Nico and Mogo fighting as well as those guys, but let's take a look at the GT4 grid. So a little bit quieter. You can kind of hear yourself chatting now, control your thoughts. That's because we are riding with Jesus. He's got nobody in front, nobody behind. He's just hanging out. He's got almost a full lap on the car ahead of him, or sorry, the car behind him. And the car ahead of him is in an entirely different category of its own. So nothing that he's got to be too concerned on. Seems like we might have just had a switch of sorts. I think we have another driver swap happening? Or no, okay. I think we just have some ping issues with this team here every once in a while. Not 100% positive what the story is there, but I've seen them disconnect a couple times, but not actually disconnect. But regardless, they're starting to make their moves on Project Purple ahead. They're putting up real strong lap times. So really, Two Wolves and J&J are putting up phenomenal performances from the back. You can see them lapping faster and faster. Right now, let's see. So J&J currently hold the fastest lap in their category and are consistently lapping a couple tenths ahead of the leaders. And in the back here, we've got, where are they? We got Matt is currently doing 139, so they are just shy of the top lap. So it might put Jesus out of range just given the performance that he's got going on right now, but P2 is not. They could very well, 2 hours of this pace right here and a couple mistakes from the men up in front, they're not out of anything just yet. So we'll see what happens here. Matt doing a great job to pull the Two Wolves Racing trio back into the action. Seems like the JHP car is a little bit behind them. Nothing too crazy. And Project Purple now finding himself in a dangerous range as he's gaining a tenth at a time every turn. Keeping my eye on the deltas around the grid, but I'm not seeing anything as crazy as this one. Project Purple still trying to keep out in front there now. Oh, hang on, it's going to do the thing. Yep, there we go. His ping doesn't even look that bad. I don't know what is causing that visual issue there, but thankfully it is just visual at this time. As long as we don't see anything like that happen during one of these passing opportunities, we should be okay. But that aside, I think he's going to get the opportunity on Project Purple here. Only 3/10 off of him heading into the straight, so he's definitely going to have drafting opportunity. It'll come down to the braking zone, in which he does not feel comfortable taking a dive on this turn. He's going to try and use his momentum through the exits, give him that line. He does squeeze in next to Project, so he will be taking that position and moving along through the grid. So he's unleft and past another racer. He now has about a lap to go on Goshu ahead of him. We'll see exactly where Goshu is in relation. Goshu's not too close, just not terribly far. So this now starts the battle of mind over matter. We're going to have to see Matt really push to keep going now. Goshu going to have to make sure that him and I believe his teammate Splendid have talked about strategy and really figured out what they want to do. Oh, obviously his teammate can't be Splendid because Splendid is still trying to find his way back to this Brazilian crew. Vasco Motorsports are flying, making it look pretty easy. Their time might not be the top overall for the LMP class, but their experience is. They are sitting almost 10 seconds ahead of the men behind, and they are an additional 30 seconds to those guys behind them. So a lot of space for them to just kind of focus on what they're doing. It actually seems like they might be coming up on a lapping opportunity shortly here for one of the GT cars. I believe that would be Goshu, or it might even be the Two Wolves Racing that we were just checking in on. I think Jesus is going to manage to lap Tom by the end of his stint. I think we will see it. It's going to be very close, but I think he'll be able to pull it off. I don't know what Potato's times were looking like, but if it's anything other than 3 seconds slower than Jesus is, I think they're really securing one hell of a cushion. Hopefully there's no issues following, cuts and collisions or anything like that, but yeah, these guys are doing phenomenal. I don't even have words for that. Oh, 2 hours remaining. So we've already seen a couple driver swaps and stuff. I wonder, did they give me the check mark still? They don't show me that anymore. Okay, so we'll see what's going on. Oh, a little bit of lag issues there. I wonder if I turned on Jim, who he would react to, or if it would just be to myself. Speed, I'm sorry. You're going to have a little bit of work to do. Oh, boy. Was that what I think it was? Oh, no, he just got passed. Okay, I thought I just saw the flag go of him lapping Tom, but nope. He is working his way up, actually, to Project Purple right now. He's got someone roaring past him. That'll be Nico trying to chase down probably J&J in front, looking at the pace of that thing. Oh my god, so J&J is really making moves. It's going to be a very interesting final 45 minutes of the race. Now, we do have what you would think are teammates given the color schemes, but no, a completely coincidental purple and yellow combo. Aston versus Camaro battle happening here. Jesus doesn't get a lot of GT4 action, so he might... he did give him a little flash. Was it a flash to pass, or was it a flash to... I think it was a flash to pass, as he is trying to put more and more space between him and Tom now. Yeah, that is the please let me go beep there. We'll see if Project Purple gives him the opportunity. I think given the speed of the car, Jesus is going to have the chance anyway. And Project's not doing too much to defend that line. Should be okay. It depends. I don't know who's got the higher top speed. I think it might be Jesus. But it doesn't really matter, as Jesus takes the better line and gets into turn one beforehand, putting some good space between him and the man in back. And we do hear a little cheerful beep as Josh Fulton goes roaring past in the Techley car. I think Josh was the one beeping. I think it is the LMPs that have that horn, which is hilarious. That's pretty good. Josh sitting 30 seconds behind Big D in energy. He's really not doing too bad. I think he could start to make up that time. Again, that is only a difference in strategy at that point. Project able to make a move on Jesus after Jesus goes a little bit wide. I don't know that we've seen Jesus have a bad lap, but he was bound to eventually. That's how she goes. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the tire wear is showing properly on our little tire buddy down there. F11 is the command. If Max, you can tell Purple to hit his F11 button. He will then have virtual mirror. And I will make an announcement as well. I think Jesus is trying to get that message across to Potato here. Whoa! And that was Tommy Boy sitting alongside the track in turn one there, and that's going to be the lap. Jesus passes through following a bad lap and does manage to get a full lap up on the team behind him. So Speedbump is going to have a little bit of work to do in his second stretch there. Probably about 25 minutes left, so he could put another half a lap in at this point. Maybe only a third, but certainly some space. Project is actually helping a little bit. Oh, a little bit of a lag spike there, and Jesus does good to avoid it. Oh my god, Jesus is going to be a little bit upset here, though. He's losing massive amounts of time to Project. I will try and give him a little bit of a hand if possible. I did ask the racer to let him go if he gets an opportunity, because the lag spikes are getting a little hairy. We'll see what he does with that info. Obviously, he is going to need Jesus to get there. There is no proof that Jesus isn't just some AI guy. Oh, and Project is going to be heading into the pits, actually, at this stage. And ends up leaving. I wonder if that is to get the teammate in now. We'll see. Seems like Max might be ready to go. It does. So Max is going to be heading in now for his teammate. Let me see. Their driver swap time has begun. So that is good for them. Cheese is going wide again. I wonder if we'll see some Jesus track cuts here. I mean, not that 5 seconds is really going to do anything for the rest of the grid, but, you know, we've seen a couple mistakes now as his tires are starting to get worn. Looks like his are fitted for about 19 laps and 42 at the top, and he is getting close to 42 laps at this point anyway. So that could be where it's coming from. I think I've heard Jesus' voice once or twice before. He exists. He is a person, I promise. I swear. Anyway, let's take a look around the grid. I don't want to show or make anyone feel like they haven't been showing some love, so we're going to get started with the Brazilian crew in the Vasco Motorsport LMP. We do see Mr. Shelton and Two Wolves Racing going way wide off of turn 1. Looks like they might have been scared of the incoming LMP car behind them. They'll have to continue moving forward now to try and get back up to Goshu in front. Looking pretty good through there. We also now have Splendid in the Blue Shell Racing. I'm assuming a shell is exactly what happened to him there. I'm not seeing any signs of damage. We do have it turned down pretty low today. But given his current time, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of an issue. We'll see him trying to work his way past Splendid now. Or sorry, Jesus now. I wonder if we can see the wear on those tires, probably. Looking a little bit slick at this stage. And then behind him, about the same distance, we've got Nico also trying to find his way into competition. I think he still has J&J Auto in his sights in front of him, although J&J seems to be making some pace now. Hopefully that was not him. It was not. That's actually going to be Big Dean Energy, who's fallen a little bit further behind Mogo and Nico. So Nico now gets the lap off on Dean, and you'll see Mogo coming around that bend in a second here. There he is. And he will be the next racer to try and get past as well. Seems like Project Purple is now set to leave the pits, so he's going to be going on with the Vasco Motorsports team. And right in front of him, here is the pilot squad, Mogo, who I was talking about. So he's still trying to get up in front of Dean and turn that into a full lap position as well. And at that point, it'll separate the top and bottom of the LMP grid. Still a lot of time left and a lot of space to make up, but things are getting a little bit testy here. Dino looking good as well here. It's a little tough at this stage in the race. We don't see a lot of people actually fighting for any positions just yet. Not to say that there won't be more action as we get a little further along, but you can see everyone's just kind of following the motions at this stage. Josh as well, looking pretty good in that Techly car. Actually, this fits him. I think Mogo's repping the same one, but yeah, that would be a Techly design if I ever saw one, so good choicing there. We are getting closer and closer to the back half. The real question is going to be the teammates. So at this stage, it's kind of safe to see how these all perform in relation to each other. Team Skynet would have been a little obvious. Yes, I see that there. Max and Splendid collided. Oh. When was that at the beginning of the first, or I do see that Splendid now dropped back a couple more seconds. Wow, Osh actually has a pretty decent shot at unlapping himself there from Splendid as well now. Oh, and Nico's going to be working hard, yep, to get by him as well there. Alright, well, Max is on his first full clean lap. Mateus, was that in, like, when he was leaving pits initially, or? on the timing. Okay. Well, we'll have to watch a couple things back here and there, but nothing seems deliberate, and that's all that really matters. We do see the Two Wolves Racing Squad, I believe, trying to get back to Max. See Dean go by, and yes, Matt, representing the Two Wolves Racing, pushing 139s pretty consistently right now, I think. Maybe 140s, but ain't nothing to be ashamed of, I'll say that much. His performance has been phenomenal today in this Aston. Doing a good job of keeping his head on the swivel with all these LMP passes going on behind him. Josh passed him when it happened, initial pit exit. Ah, okay. Unfortunate. Well, that gives Josh a chance to unlap himself a little bit, though, and get into the mix, as he is only 20 seconds off of Dean now. You're a little bit delayed. No, yeah, it's always delayed. That's just how it goes, unfortunately. Ooh, and a little bit of a push off by Max there. He goes wide. And now sits a little bit further back into the grid. A full lap now behind the Two Wolves Racing Squad. Try and grab onto Josh Fulton with the Techley crew now. So Josh, 14 seconds away from Big Dean Energy in front of him. We're going to sit with him for a lap and see what he's got going on in relation to that man in front. Just a little curious here, keeping an eye on these live timings. So through Sector 1, Josh maintains about 4/10. See through Sector 2 in a moment here. Josh a little bit slower through Sector 2, about a half second. And Sector 3 will be the next big tell. He's certainly moving up on his delta a little bit. Alright, Dino crosses the line with a 25.7. We'll see where Josh pulls up here. He's still doing good. $34.2. So 0.02 of a second faster in the third sector is not enough to give him a little bit of a gain, and then that little wiggle there is certainly going to hurt more than it helps. We're going to transfer over for a moment here to the J&J race crew, trying to work their way back around the grid to Splendid up ahead now. You can hear Nico right behind them. These guys have actually been having a pretty good battle together from one of the early moments of the race, whenever J&J came out, frankly, right alongside them. We'll just adjust this so we can get a good view of the action, but these guys certainly doing a good job. It did just dawn on me, we're getting pretty close to the pit times here, so we'll see how everything shakes up. I think Goshu actually is going to be the first one to take the swap. We might see Splendid coming in just a minute here. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. Oh, that's correct. Goshu is actually going to be racing the full 3 hours by themselves. So they're going to be just doing the driver swap solo. I do see the timer going down, so everything's looking good there. Seems to have connected the way it was supposed to, which ain't no problem. I'm waiting for all the driver swaps to be over before making any judgments on where people are ending up. It's a little tough to tell exactly where the grid stands right now. I actually genuinely don't know who's done the driver swaps or not. Probably should have been keeping track, but oh well. Man, I could listen to this car forever, but Osh putting up another 23 on the board. Jesus Christ. Nico behind him trying desperately to keep up with that time, but that's a tough one to hold on to. Let's take a look at some of the GT4 action going here. Which do we got? We got Two Wolves Racing here. It says Matt is still driving, so he's doing a pretty good job sitting those 139s. Oh. Technically ain't doing bad. They're having a real good race right now. Technically, let's see, where is Josh Fulton? Technically's actually in a real nice spot. They're going to be able to lap solo. They are that number 6 car down here in the grid. So they're going to be able to lap solo for a little bit as we see some more action from the rest of the grid. 4 and 5 cars seem to be closer together. Mogo looking for his chance to lap Dean up in front of him. We'll see. Lich King is going to have a little bit of work to do, but he was one of the faster racers that we saw in the practice server, so if he can hang on to those times, anything is possible. I think that's probably the more exciting part about today's racing is you never know who we'll see take the lead. Don't mind me walking away. I gotta stretch my legs in life. Holy fuck.
RP, have not activated
3 hours is a long time. Should probably make it so you guys can see the car. That would make it a little bit more entertaining for you guys. I'm sure of it. Yeah, look at that. Looking good. Okay, so now you guys can actually see the car in front. By the sounds of it, I think he did get ahead of Dino when I wasn't watching. Yep, looks it as they come up on Tommy Boy ahead. Oh, and I attempt to crack every bone in my body unsuccessfully. Alright, I'm no longer watching my screen. I'm actually just listening to sounds through the headphone, but I will attempt to narrate. He slows down for the S's from the sound of it. I think he's going to be going into the last bit of the S. Yeah, now he's making that right-hander probably, I guess. I'm not positive. Heading towards the final straight, I think. And he's going to have to slow down for the left-hander in a second. I'm assuming that's what that was, and now he's going into the final straight, question mark, or I underestimated how many turns there are, but that sounds final straighty to me because he's still going. It's got to be getting close. I'm going to say now to turn 1. Okay. Gee, I'm fucking nailing this. I've been listening to these engines too long. Okay, so through the S's of turn 1, probably into that final or first straightaway now. And he's going to brake hard to turn left now. Now. How long is it straight? Okay, now. And into the S's. Alright, I'm back. How close was I? Missed T1 by, let's say, 350 meters. Okay, so I was like a turn away completely. Alright. Well, you know what? I tried. That's all that matters. I did my best. Like, up at 200. Fuck. For just listening to engine sounds, that's not terrible. I can't do the F1 thing. I don't know what track I could do that with, honestly. That'd be a tough one. Probably LaSalle with the Z4 engine specifically. I can hear that in my sleep. Maybe MX-5s on Laguna. Man, these cars do sound phenomenal though. Oh, one thing we can't ignore, Josh is actually only 5 seconds back on Dean. He was 30 seconds back not too long ago, so there's actually a good chance here. He's making some real good headway. And I see J&J Racing has made up a little bit of time. This could be a big moment for Josh. If Dean doesn't save it, he does not. So Josh is going to be able to head back onto the track. Dean being precautious, making sure that he doesn't mess up. Oh, man, that's a lot of racers that were coming through there. That cost him a ton of time as he tries to get back into it. He's got all the time here, though. He can get moving. Man, these things are a little slow to start, but once they get moving, they're okay. That was a big blow for Dean there. Actually puts J&J in a better position to unlap himself possibly one more time. I am going to be lenient with the minimum hour driving time. I think I said that already, but just whatever happens, happens from here on out. We are now at the 1 hour and 40 minute mark. Mo Pow is still not alive by the sounds of things. We'll see if he joins the broadcast at some point today. Maybe for the back half. Man, Dean is looking phenomenal right now. He's got actually a pretty good pace to him. I think he can try and make some of this time up there. Yeah, you can already see he's making that delta up a little bit. Good timing all around. And I think, oh, he is going to use this as his opportunity for the driver swap. I think we will be seeing Lich King coming in now. Let's take a look at, I guess, Tommy Boy. So we're going to be watching Tommy Boy now. He is 1.3 laps down on Jesus, and he's got 1.3 laps to the guy behind him. So that is pretty dead center from Tommy Boy now. And you hear that LMP roaring in. Ooh, and Splendid goes a little bit too fast into that corner. That's another racer we've seen. I wonder if the tires are just starting to get a little bit too worn for some of these tighter angles that they're used to. That's going to drop him enough that Osh is now going to make it through. So he has unlapped himself to the second place car. 30 seconds between him and the man in front, though, so he's still got a little bit of work to do. Ooh, and it sounds like Nico was able to make use of this, as we now see him sitting only 2.7 seconds behind Splendid. That is going to be huge. Ooh, a big spin up in front. Looks like Osh loses it, but actually manages to stay with it a little bit. It's going to be a kind of dangerous re-entry, but he manages to keep it. I think he had just enough space to do so. Might have cost Nico a little bit of time, but nothing crazy. Osh is going to be desperate to get that spot back now. That's going to make him a little bit annoyed. Oh, this is a tough spot to pass. Splendid going to have to find a way through. Osh as well. They managed to do a good job without interfering with Tom's line in front. And Max is the racer that Tommy Boy seems to be trying to lap up ahead. Pace to be maintaining with difficult. I'm sorry, Mateus. You know we got you in the next one. My eyes are hurting a little bit. I gotta put my glasses on. Tried as long as I could, but this ain't working for me. Oh yeah, there we go. That's already better.
Have not activate order on the first restart and bounce on the track. E and O.
Alright, that's a lot better. Can actually see now. Splendid coming in with a little bit of a move there. Osh is really trying to find his way through. He is making, forcing a lot of pressure to Splendid here. Splendid though, coming up towards the end of the hour and a half. I wonder if he's going to be pitting soon. It's going to be tough to tell. It does seem like Vasco Motorsports is going to go for their driver swap, as well as Pilots Are Cool. I think we may have seen Lich King just come out for the Lich King Energy behind. So going to be some interesting moves starting now as the grid is switching up. Splendid now technically sitting P1, so Ash is actually in a real good spot, but obviously still some driver swaps to do, although they technically have done theirs, so we'll see if they do even switch back one more time. This could just be in Ash's hands for the remainder of the race, in which case it will come down to pit strategy. Unsure what they are going to do, but everybody is looking good. Is it Nico behind still? It is. Nico is managing to keep close to them, not totally up to pace, but at least not falling off by any far unreasonable doubts. Just taking a look here to see who's doing swaps. Looks like we do have Jawa now officially in for the Pilots Are Cool team. Splendid with a late breaking point there, but manages to hang on. We'll see the Pilots team coming out of the pits actually right alongside. They're going to try to avoid being lapped right off the bat here. This will be a big one for them to stay in front of. Jawa coming in off of some offline practice. We'll see how that fares up. I didn't want to mention it until we got close enough to where it wouldn't help them, but if the drivers were smart, they would have noticed that the temperatures and winds are finalized, so they could have practiced with the exact circumstances, but not a huge deal if they did not. Man, Splendid doing a great job pushing here. Nico, though, is definitely making use of this opportunity, as so is Ash, as we see him now getting further and further ahead of the group. An hour and 33 minutes left. Still could be anybody's race. Nico really trying to put some pressure on Splendid here as Ash gets further and further ahead. Actually, maybe not as far ahead as I thought he was, but we'll see. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, never mind. I just take it back because that is Jawa in front. So Ash is starting to move. Let's take a look at this battle from Jawa's perspective. I think he'll be on the Mogul race team there, yep. That's going to be one of the closer ones we've got. It also seems like we've got some battle happening between Jesus and Goshu to an extent. Jesus is going to be looking for his passing opportunity at Goshu. So let's take a little moment to watch that. We'll see if we get a little bit of a battle action going here, or if Jesus is going to try and keep pushing. Can we see how much fuel he has left, I wonder? You can see his speed, lap, delta. None of that says fuel, right? Yeah, I don't see anything fuel related on Jesus's info. Let's see if we can grab Goshu's. Maybe he has some kind of thing that we can see.
Restart and bounced on the track.
Speed bump is loading in, which is big for that team there. We'll see if he can get a little more pace out of the car than Tommy Boy was earlier. Yeah, man, watch out. Okay, man. Nobody seems to have any fuel markers on their vehicles. So we are really just flying blind with it there. It's worth a shot to try, but we're just going to have to wait and see what these guys do. Speed bump is loaded in for the Are We There Yet race team. Those guys are currently sitting 2 laps behind Jesus. We'll see, depending when he takes his pit. I think he's going to try and finish out the double lapping opportunity. Oh no, we're going to see the pit. He decides this is the moment. So we'll have Potato coming in to get his shot shortly. Goshu now moves through. So this is a good chance for
Not active
Speed to
reporter on
show
the
what
first
he's
restart
got.
and bounced
And,
on
you
the
know, these
track.
guys
Easy
did
bonus.
pit pretty similarly, not too far apart. So it'll be interesting to see how much time Speed can make up before before Potato hits the track. So this is going to be a big thing to watch going on in the GT4 class. I do see Two Wolves Racing is actually going to possibly unlap themselves here. They are. So that is good for them. What could that be? It says that they passed them. Interesting. I'll have to take a look. But the Essentials app show fuel for you, the stock AC one. No, the Essentials one kept getting locked to like my own car, I think. I don't really fully remember, to be honest. There goes the Techly boy himself, Josh Fulton, with a beautiful one. I almost wish I could throw in that little chicane there. Oh, that would have been fun. A little bit of extra chaos. All right, we see someone else pulling in there. That is going to be Techly going in for their driver swap as well. So that will be Sloth Croissant coming out. So basically big changes all across the board. We're going to have probably a decent shakeup on the grid here. Now, Two Wolves Racing, I don't know that those guys, I think they did their driver swap. I don't fully recall, but I think they already did. Now, they do have one more driver to go. So that could throw the whole thing off, but
on the first restart and bounced on the track.
I think Speed does have to make this time up. Now, 1 lap difference between Potato and the man behind. Speed bump trying to get into that action in front. Let's take a look at where Potato might be in relation to Speed. So Potato is at the end of the straight. So Speed does have some time to make up. He's got a little bit of work to do. Do you see Nico going in for his swap right now as well? So that'll be Woohoo Man swinging into the mix. Remember, it's not about how everybody starts out right now. It's about what they do over the next hour and a half. So this is going to be really good. I think only Goshu didn't swap yet. I think you are correct. But Goshu is going to be... No, Goshu did do their driver swap. Sorry, they did. They'll be doing the full race themselves because their teammate backed out. But they did leave and come back and wait the 2 minutes. So they're all good there. I think we have all the swaps done at this stage. Let me see who came in for Splendid. No, Splendid is still in. So that might be the only change still. Unless Barbados didn't show. Did Splendid leave and come back already? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I see nothing about Splendid. Let's take a look down here in the chats. Splendid does seem to be racing by themselves at the moment. Hang on, I'm gonna check in with something. Splendid, is Barbados racing?
No, yeah, I just got him. He told me he's in a hospital.
Okay. Are you okay doing the full 3?
Yeah, I try. I got a couple of laps left before I do the swap myself.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you were good. I started to get worried for you.
Yeah. I called him a few minutes ago.
Okay.
So I didn't read while driving, but I just could read he's in the hospital.
Okay.
So
As long as you're okay.
Not active porter on the
Yeah, yeah.
first restart
Okay.
and bounced
Well,
back.
I
He and boned me.
I won't distract you. You got Jawa behind you, so good luck, brother.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, so that is all the confirmation we need. So Splendid is going to be doing the driver swap himself and pushing through the full 3. It sounds like Barbados, unfortunately, had a medical emergency of sorts, so we're going to be hoping everything is okay for him there. And power to Splendid for being the second racer to step up to the challenge there. So Splendid and Goshu, people to keep an eye on as they'll be doing the full 3 hours themselves. A lot of fatigue can kick in at that stage, so we'll be watching and hoping all goes well. I do see Nico is not far off of this battle, a little bit in front of the pack. Ooh, almost a spin out, but a great recovery by Woohoo there. Manages to keep it on the track. Sorry, I get a phone call, just checking. Sorry, give me 1 second here, folks. Okay, Nico, or sorry, Woohoo Man, it's only 6 seconds away from Vasco in front of them. Vasco currently 2 laps down on Splendid, but Splendid also has a little bit of time to go once he kicks in with the, once he does his driver swap. Man, I can finish the sentence, huh? Wouldn't that be cool? Alex Goes Racing was swapping in for... Oh yeah, for Goshu. That is correct. That's ironic. I didn't think about that. I didn't crash during my 120. You did a good job, man. Proud of you, Mogo. Yeah, you had some real good stints there. You put your team in a good spot. I'm very curious to see once Splendid does their stop, how the LMP grid starts to shape up. You can already see some gaps shifting around in the GT4 class too. Speed bumps already made up about 4 seconds to the man in front in the first 7 minutes of his stint, so that's pretty good. It seems like we have Splendid doing their driver swap now, so this is what we were looking for. Vasco Motorsports is going to get their chance to unlap themselves now and start to fight to gain time back on Splendid. Possibly, I think, even get all the way around. It's going to be a little close. 55 seconds left, so I think Splendid will be able to leave the pit before Vasco gets back around. The question is, how far around does Vasco get? We're going to take a quick eye on them. The Brazilian team looking phenomenal. Hey, there you go, Mogo. That fixed it. Oh, this looks good. It's a quick lap already from Ricardo. Still looking good. I don't see any movement yet. I think actually we're going to get Potato or Splendid moving now. Alright, looks like the driver swap is completed for Splendid. He's going to be making his way out of the pits right now, so Ricardo does end up in a decent spot. See how close. Within 10 seconds, that's a good start. And a little bit of a spikes on the delta as they try and figure out exactly where these cars are sitting pace-wise and all, but looks like things will settle out just outside the 10-second mark. So 11.5 back. Vasco Motorsports needs to start making up that time. Splendid going to be doing the entirety of the race himself, but that fatigue may set in. You never know, so we'll keep an eye on that. Osh also not far behind now. Really done a phenomenal job of making up all this time, only a minute away from getting back into the action. And with their current pace, it could happen. It really, really could. So it's going to be tight. I think we could see Osh fighting for a podium spot depending on pits and fuel and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting. Splendid just finished hid. Yeah. So everybody's all done now. Everyone's done their laps that they need to. Potato's got a lot of pressure right now, so gonna keep an eye on him, see what their lap times end up at. It's looking actually pretty good. A 140 on the previous one. It's gonna be a 140.2 possibly on this. So not quite those times that we were seeing out at Cheeses, but not far at all. It should be enough to hold that comfortable lead, barring any major issues. I think Evan and Speed Bump are going to be the two to really worry about there. Let's see. Evan doing a pretty good job. Looks like he put up a 142 last time. Not far off that pace again this time. So not going to be enough at this rate to catch up to Cheeses ahead, or sorry, Potato ahead, but we'll see what he can get going as he gets more comfortable with the track. Speed now 7 seconds behind, just creeping more and more. We'll actually hang on for a second and try and grab Speed Bump's perspective. And he's doing 141s, so he also is not doing just quite enough to get to Potato's pace yet. He's going to have to find a little bit more time out of the car still. You see the leader Splendid swinging by in front, so about 15 seconds we should see the Vasco Motorsports crew coming up behind him. He might get a chance to go into turn one before that happens, but he will have to watch out for the traffic behind throughout it. These guys come through T1 with a lot more speed. Ooh, and Sloth Croissant actually is the one swinging in with a lot of speed. He's got a minute to make up to the man in front. He's got a minute to defend the man behind. That car's looking pretty good. We'll see how he takes this turn. Excellent. Look at that. Stays right within the track limits there. Doing a phenomenal job. We'll see what we can get out of Sloth, as he does seem to be already making up a little bit of time. So good for him. Speed now only 6 seconds away from the grouping in front. But hard to ignore this. Jawa finds himself only a second off of Woohoo Man's pace ahead. Really starting to make a strong case now. He wants to get into that podium position and start fighting his way into the bigger battle ahead. We're going to see a turn here. He's debating it. We'll see how much patience he has for the man in front. You can see he's definitely got this sector down. This is going to be it right here. And he thinks about it, but he proceeds with a little bit of caution. Not quite sure where his opponent was going to set the car. Ooh, and that GT4 traffic makes Woohoo panic just a little bit. He gets real close to Max behind him, but uses that draft to get back to speed. A little off the mark as Jawa is able to make his way through in front. Jawa now has about 13 seconds to make up or to the group ahead. Now it says 17. It seems like that final straightaway's got some issues with the delta there, but Jawa does have some good time to work on. An hour and 16 minutes to make it up. Definitely something that's doable with his current pace there. If he can hold on, we'll chalk up that 124 to the little hiccup we saw earlier. Splendid ended up having to do the race alone because his teammate had some medical issues. Same with Goshu, I believe. So those are the only two drivers you'll see sticking through without. Jawa looking for a move, pass on speed. It's a cost him about a tenth or two there. Long race, it's not going to mean too much just yet. Nico only 3 seconds back, but gaining, or sorry, 3 seconds back and falling back further as Jawa seals in that side. Giving a little flash to let him know he's coming. And a nice clean pass at that. We'll see once he crosses the line where that delta actually ends up. 12 seconds, so he made up 5 seconds in that lap on the Vasco team ahead. Wow. I mean, if that's true, that is incredible. I don't know where he was at before, but we'll keep an eye on that 12 there. I do see, ooh, Sloth Croissant had a little bit of a spin at the most notorious corner for these LMPs. That's the third racer that we've seen go out here, and it cost them a lot of time each time as he had to wait for the full grid to go by. Now finds themselves about interesting. Dean just coming around there. I think that was also okay. I think that timing glitch there was because he was coming to a full stop. But anyway, he is back on the track. Dean now making some good pace to keep up with him. Only 20 seconds to go. Or sorry, Lich King only 20 seconds away from catching up to him. And then he begins his fight. We'll check in on Osh, the man himself, still trying to get around some of these cars. Oh, and a big spin there. Saves himself from too much time lost. That's actually a really good save. I know he made a little bit of contact, but 4 seconds is a lot better than 14. I'll have to find that time, though. We're going to chalk that up to Broadcaster's Curse and try and give him a little bit of space. We'll see how these guys are doing. Evan currently lapping at 141 pace. We'll see if that's enough to get Cheesy Potatoes ahead of him. You do see him, which is a little bit different than how it's been all race. However, still a full lap ahead on top of what you see in front of you. It's going to be a close one. Alright, Evan doing a phenomenal job here at keeping the pace. I know he is 2 seconds off currently, but he can make that up, and that's 2 seconds off his best. I think we did see a 40 out of him, so might not be too bad. Tommy Boy, or sorry, Speed Bump though, now you can see him in your view behind. Certainly going to be a tight battle between them. Oh, there he is. Okay, so we've got Potatoes up ahead. We've got Evan right here and Speed Bump not too far behind as well. A little bit hard to tell with the deltas, but each racer is probably about 3 to 4 seconds away from the man in front of them. We'll see if Evan can catch up to Potatoes before Speed Bump is able to bridge that gap and get back into the second place spot his teammate was holding earlier. I'm going to have to go through and manually change around some of these driver spot penalties and things like that later on. So there is some changes to come. With a little bit of a lockup through turn one. Splendid still pushing to keep out in front. He's staying pretty consistent. It was about 17 seconds earlier, and now closer to the 14 mark, and then back up to 18. So yeah, he's actually doing a real good job. If he can keep this pace here, I'm not sure what his fuel situation is, but that was a beautiful save. from the broadcaster's curse. But anyway, keeping that pace would do wonders. I think he'd be able to lock something in the bag here. See, Jesus maybe getting a little bit tied up. I think Potato did just get passed by one of the cars there, but I think that was an LMP. We'll see if Evan can make something happen, though. He is getting closer and closer. As you can see, Potato just across the bend there. Now just a small little straight separating the two. Osh Bagash is in the pits. I think he's just fueling up and going, though. I don't know that we're going to see another... Ooh, let's see. Is he going to get out soon? Oh, he's still in pits, still trying to finish up whatever he's doing. Oh, I think they're doing a big driver swap here. So they've done their driver swap. It looks like they will be okay to move out into the pits. And they do so 6 seconds behind Big Dean Energy in front of them. Trying to keep an eye on the overall grid, see if we got any action. We'll see if Joe can keep up that pace that he had earlier. Those guys were absolutely flying today. It'd be good to see that continued out here in the back half of the race as we reach the final hour. I don't want anyone to feel neglected, so we're going to do our run around the mill here as we hit that top of the final hour. We've got Jake Johnson currently racing for JHP Motorsports. He is holding up the rear, but he's making up good time on the groups in front. With an hour left, that's really not too far back to be, and 1 or 2 spins and you're right back into the mix there. We'll now look at Max repping for Maximum Purple. He's having a decent race there. Caught a little bit of broadcaster's curse into the infamous term for the LMPs. Seems like he wanted to be one of them, but decided against it wisely. We've got Sloth looking to make a move on Max. I'm not sure what the move was going to be, but Max moved over and it all works out. Speed bump now within 3 seconds on the Wolves in front of him. Going further up the grid, we've got Goshu pulling off a 3-hour stint by himself. He's got a little bit of time to make up to the man in front, but he's got a lot of cushion behind him, so that's always good. Hopefully he can find something to lock onto here and start pushing down into those low 140s again in the last third of the race. And of course, one we will be returning to later, I am sure. We've got Speed Bump almost catching on to the 2 Wolves ahead of him. It's going to be a little bit of a tight battle here. I don't know how much longer it'll be before we actually see that come to fruition. Jawa, though, needs to find a way around Speed Bump without costing these guys time, as he is not far, within 10 seconds now from the core battle in front. Jawa actually does seem to be lapping faster, just barely, than the men in front of him. He's starting to put out some pretty good times the longer into this we go. We could see a late move from him into a higher position. As I die a little inside. I know I can't stop yawning now. We need some action. Who's going to dive bomb an LMP from the GT4 class? That's what I want to know. Who's got the balls? Speed almost breaking into 2 seconds from 2 Wolves racing in front. Again, we're going to come back to this battle shortly, so why don't we take a look ahead. We've got Potato currently working on their potential best lap time. Holding off the grid real strong. Even if they do catch up, they've got a full lap to do with only an hour to make up for it. So they're going to have to be putting up some insane times to pull off just that. A 141 on their last lap. They're currently trying to get a lap maneuver on JHP Motorsports in front of me. Gosh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, you were flying on those things, man. You were making some moves happen. Potato trying to find a move past JHP, but can't. He doesn't really have the speed for it to be any kind of defending. It's just not happening for him. He's having a little bit of a sloppy back half here. Might be being a little bit overly cautious for this stage. You really want to be defending your lead as hard as you can. You need to get in front of him so you don't keep losing time here. 141.5. Yeah, this is giving these guys a big chance here. We see Speed Bump now. Definitely has got the two Wolves in their sight. Are we there yet? Aston Martin looking great going down the stretch, but they've got a long ways to go. Everything looking good for Speed. He's got one coming up behind him. We'll see who in just a moment. And none other than Slother Croissant representing the Techley race crew. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him to try and work through. This is going to be a little tough. But these guys are almost back up to Potato's pace. They can't let off now. You actually saw him real close together. That battle he's having with Max in front, with Jake in front is really going to cost him. Sloth and Evan with a little bit of a battle here. This big grouping together could be good. It's going to help out somebody. The question is, who? All right, Speed Bump. I need you to make a big dive here, buddy. I don't think we're going to see a move, though, for another 2 laps or so, if I'm being realistic. But really, we can see if Potato finally gets ahead or if he's going to keep costing himself time, because an hour to unlap yourself isn't too bad. They're not going to have a ton of laps to do it. They'll need to be going like about 2 seconds a lap faster. Evan looking for that dive opportunity. It's going to be a little bit close. Ooh, and they managed to avoid the contact there. Speed Bump's going to try and cut that inside. Quick flash to let him know he's there. And we've got 3 men battling up at the front now. So this is what we've been waiting for. Something good in the GT4 action. I had a feeling the switching of drivers would make it a little more interesting. Evan's going to lose it, unfortunately, there. But Speed stays in the hunt. Evan hopefully is going to get back in the action shortly. Yet he's less than 4 seconds back, so it really didn't cost him too much. Now it is on Speed to find a way past the leader and spend the next hour trying to get back around. Can he do it? Ooh, a little defensive maneuver there from Potato. Probably not intentional. It looked like he just lost a little bit of control of the car. That other shadow you're seeing belongs to the Wolves Racing, I am sure of. And there goes the leader, Splendid, now over a 20-second lead. It seems he may have just lapped Dino, a little hard to tell. Ooh, and Dean spins out trying to keep up with the line of Splendid ahead. Speed Bump gets his pass off by, I think, Potato getting a little distracted. Ooh, and Speed with a hard cut back in. Touches the grass, might actually cost him a little bit of time. You actually see Jawa now within 7 seconds of the man in front. He could also be one to make something happen in the later ends of the race. Two Wolves Racing trying to get back up in front. They actually still have a little bit of a fight left behind them. If I could talk. Man, you can see the grid's actually starting to bunch up almost. It's kind of entertaining. Let's see if we've got Dean fighting someone behind him there. Oh, it's going to be Vasco Motorsport. We'll see if he lets them go. He gives them space at least to do so. Doesn't cost them too much time and gives them actually a clean entry. We'll see how Mogo's looking. Or sorry, Jawa's looking as he's now within 5 seconds of the men in front. So a couple of big battles going on still as we enter the final hour of the race. Everyone's doing a phenomenal job. It's a little bit blinding, unfortunately, into the final turn. Seems to have cost people just a little bit. And so this, I am now doing the math. I believe our day cycle is set for 2 hours. So this is what we're looking at. This sunset right here for the next hour of the event. These guys are going to have a little bit of a blind turn into the first turn, actually, at the end of the long straight. This is going to be a little tight. Oh, but they managed to squeeze by. Speed Bump decides it's not worth his trouble. He just wants to focus on working his way back up ahead of the man in front. And he does seem to be doing just that. You can see, I know it's hard to because it's fluctuating so much, but he is making up a little bit of time. He's got to just keep pushing and hope something else happens behind him. That's going to be kind of his key to victory today. Alright, on that note, before I die, it's snack time. But we're going to do it the same way we did it last time. I'm going to just try and figure out where we at. Let's see, we got... Oh, it's not doing the thing. Hang on, I got it. But yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, cool.
RP.
There you go.
On the first restart and bounced on the track. He and mowed me.
Gotta have that stash of pistachios. Ba-bam. Alright, what you got? Any big changes? We see whoa. Well, you guys got to watch it, and I'm glad. But it seems like Jawa did find his way around the Vasco Motorsports crew. They are now sitting a little bit of a ways back. I'm not sure if they pit or what ended up happening there. I do see Tommy Boy has gotten pretty good movement on, or sorry, Speed Bump's gotten pretty far out in front as well to the man behind him. So interesting shit all around so far. Seems like there's a little bit of traffic playing to Speed Bump's advantage. Man, nobody told me I missed the good shit. Shit. You're clicking buttons. Alright. We're going to keep an eye on Jawa at the moment, just because he seems to be cruising along. I want to see what time of lap time we get out of him. Was it a self-inflicted incident? Mogul? Also take a look here at Speed Bump, see where he is in relation. Oh wow, he's looking pretty good. A little bit of a rough entrance into turn one, but still putting some distance between him and the man behind, I think. So he walks away with the 21.8. Potato comes in with a 21.6. He's going to get real close. He only had a third of a second up on Potato's last lap. He needs to make up 100 seconds. So he's got a little work to do. He's going to be hoping for some chaos, I'm sure, but if anyone can do it. Splendid did take the long pit, yes. Now, Splendid has been making a little bit more mistakes, I will say, as the fatigue wears in. No fault of his own. It's getting hard to see. It's getting hard to drive. Let's see just how blinding it is for our racers. So this is what they are currently viewing on the track as they head into the final straight. Yeah, I would say that is one blinding final turn there. And that might explain why we've had a few incidents in T1 now. But it does even itself out relatively quickly. Good pass there by Splendid. Nice and clean. Let's take a look at these guys. I know they've been in the hunt for a while now. It looks like they might be able to crack their way into at least the top 5. Only 28 seconds to Fulton ahead of them. Sloth ahead of them and the Croissant one. Yeah, he did the full one. I double checked. I even spoke with him on chat to ask. I don't know if you caught Mogo, but he had some issues with his teammate, unfortunately. We're hoping Barbados is okay. And I think Alex just wasn't available. But if it was a sick thing, I hope he's okay too. Alright. This is kind of the part where it gets a little stagnant here, as we're waiting to see who starts to make a little bit more progress on the guys in front. I will say Jawa just picked up another couple seconds on Splendid ahead. Interesting. All right, this is the section where that goes all over the place. But Splendid is just now reaching the end of the long straight, and these guys are just now reaching the end of the first straight. Give you a sense of that gapping there. Big D Energy isn't too far off here. We could see a nice battle between these two guys as we get a little closer to the end. Let's see if anyone's near some friends. We got lapping alone. Everybody seems to be doing a little bit of hot lapping here. Got Cheesy Potato. Does have someone in green behind him. Who might that be? Oh, and the man himself, JHP Motorsports. Jake now trying to unlap himself from Potato in front. Seems like actually most of the grid might have gotten an opportunity here to do so. It's been holding a pretty good pace with him this whole time. At this stage in the competition, I don't know. I think he's got 3 laps to make up, but lapping the leader or unlapping yourself would still help. Yeah, he's very fast. I think I don't know. He had some like a while there. Like I have to look at the times where he was just putting like consistent like 22s. I think. Oh, sorry, low 23s. That's what it was. Because his top is at 22.9. But yeah, he is doing a phenomenal job holding that out. But I mean, Jawa's still creeping down a little bit. He's chipping a little bit at a time. 15 minutes left. It's not over. I wish I had sunflower seeds. That's what slap right now. 11 laps difference between the GT4 class and the LMP class at this stage. It's really not too bad. They haven't had to suffer each other too much. But that's a familiar sound. Big Dean Energy goes roaring by. You know what? I just realized I think we've got no Lich King either. So that'll be Big Dean racing by himself too. So we actually got 3 guys. We got Goshu, we got Big Dean, and Splendid. I think all have all are doing full solo stints. Wow. Jawa, though, still creeping closer and closer. We see it happening pretty quick. I'm going to go back to drone cam and take a break. Looks like, actually, Project Purple and Max are going to be doing one more driver swap here.
RP, app not active order on the first restart and bounced on the track. He and boned me.
I don't know. I thought those guys already did a driver swap. But, yeah, I was pretty sure. Alright, 45 minutes remain. We've got Potato doing his best to hold on to the lead there. Tommy, or Speed Bump, is chipping away at it slowly and slowly. So you can tell, I just need a little bit of food. Now we back in it, boys. Let's see what we got. So going around the grid, we'll start up at the top. 92 laps in. Splendid. Doing a phenomenal job at nursing that lead. We do have Jawas, again, chipping away at it slowly and slowly. So both the leaders of both categories are going to have to really keep an eye on their pace. Do their best to kind of just power through to the finish with some consistency. Splendid is no fool. I know he's going to be feeling that pressure, and he'll be keeping an eye on what's going on as well. Oop, there we go. And let's take a look at Jawa, see exactly where he is in relation. So he is coming through that long right-hander into the S's now. So we see Splendid trying to exit the S's right there in front of us, actually. He's on a good pace. He's already gained another second since we started talking about it. So this is going to be the one to watch. Is it enough? It's hard to tell, but he's making it look possible. Speaking of, almost a third of the lap ahead now. Seems like Speed Bump is just at the end of the long straight as Potato finishes the final straightaway. So 15 minutes, I think he's made up almost a third of the lap. So we're going to see, I think Speedball might have a fair shot at this thing as well. That's incredible. And who do we got in front? We do have, 30 seconds behind him is going to be Two Wolves Racing. That's the name. Gives me a minute. It'd be too late to sneak you in their spot, unfortunately, Mateus. But that'd be fun. It's like celebrity lap. Everyone's got to pull over. Surprise racer. Project Purple back out in the maximum purple car there. Looking pretty good there. Oop, and looks like JHP is actually in the pits now. They might be swapping out. Yep, they are. Jesse's going to be coming back into the mix.
RP, app not active. Porter on the first restart and bounced on the track. He and boned me.
Let's see, I don't think these guys are, I was going to say, I think they know they don't have to wait. I will take care of the penalties for them at the end, as long as they already have one under the books. Ooh, Jawa finds a nice little move around Potato. Jawa's now within 15 seconds. Wow, he's cruising through there. My one concern is going to be speed bump. Doesn't seem to be making up as much time as I initially had thought. I don't know if he's having issues getting past the this part of this track here. It's still going to be close. I just don't know if he's got enough time overall. Let's see. Just comparing the times, we've got a 141 from him on the last one versus got a 140 now. Let's see what we get from Potato. Potato with a 142. Well, it seems like Potato made up some time, but doesn't look it according to the lap times. Very interesting. We'll see what's going on there. Let's see who else is battling. We do have the 5 and the 7 car fighting each other, looks like. Or actually, it'll be these ones. There you go. Looks like Goshu trying to find his move on the teal Camaro up in front. Hard to miss even from this far away. Goshu's going to be trying to find a way around. Add another lap onto that gap. And now, even though these guys are in the back, that's going to give them a little bit of something to do here. It's, their pace is not far off each other. I could see them kind of battling it out all the way through to the end if they can stick close enough together. Doing excellent. Goshu hanging on there. He's just playing it smart, playing it safe. We'll see if he can make something happen. I think we're going to need at least another lap, maybe 2. I do see the 4 and the 6 also battling each other out one more time. Ooh, and a little spin there by the 4th car. That's going to be Two Wolves Racing with a big spin in the final straightaway. I think they were going head-to-head with Project Purple a little bit and just got a little too excited. Speed bump is still about a full lap, well, still more than he needs to be back from the guy in front. He really needs to start putting some heavy distance on between them. Do you see Jawa must have had some sort of an instant as he now finds himself back? Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's still crossing the line. Got to get it back to normal, and there you go. So 14-second gap. He actually hasn't changed things around too much. I do think we just had Goshu go out wide, unfortunately, in T1 by the looks of it. Yeah, and you can see Project Purple way off of the distance now. He actually had his fastest lap, so I wonder if he just wasn't ready for the amount of speed he had into that corner.
And bounced on the track. He and boned me.
Speed bump? Question mark. What's going on with speed? Let me take a quick peek. We'll see what's going on there. What's up, Speed?
Some of them just don't even fucking pay attention.
Speed?
I can't hear you, Buggy. Like your volume is really low.
You hear me now?
Wait. All right, wait, hold on. Does this audio go to the stream, Buggy?
Yes.
All right. Okay, Mom. You wanted me to say vroom? You get. All right, there you got it.
I like it. Speed, are you okay? I saw you put a question mark.
Well, just like the LMP guy just like ran me off the road and like dangerously passing. I'm just like, what are you doing?
Which one? Color.
He's in P3, I think it was. I don't know. I'll watch it later. I'm just like, come on, man.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just checking in. All right, keep racing. I don't want to distract you.
Yeah, take care.
All right, that's what I kind of thought it was. So LMP is getting this far into it, might be getting a little bit aggressive on the trigger. It seems Vasco is really getting for their opportunity to get it back, but it's okay. There's just a couple of incidents along the way.
First restart and bounced on the track. He and boned me.
My guess is they both kind of went for the same line. One was hoping the other would just kind of let it pass, but let's see. Looks like we've got 2 guys rolling out of the pits now. Interesting. Dean is going to have a pretty big opportunity here. He's got Osh in front of him. It might be one too many pit stops now, but we'll see with his current pace. I mean, Sloth has a couple of incidents. There's no reason Osh won't get another crack at that top 5, but it seems like this might be the battle. Dean's got a man in front of him that he just needs to hang on to. He's doing 134s. He needs to try and mimic these lines in front of him because we've seen Ayash get a little bit faster. Dean falling back a little bit further now, unfortunately. Don't know that we're going to see him make the move on Junior. Jawa now within 10 seconds. There's a few of these battles that are going to be a little hairy. I know we keep saying it, but it's definitely going to be close to the end. There's no more question about that. Where do we have... I see the 3 car. Where is the 2 car? Okay, back there. Speed bump. Slowly working his way forward. Still trying to check in on that gap there. He's definitely done a little bit to make up for it. It says he's about 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead according to our live timings. Came in with another 140. on his lap time there. And about a couple tenths faster than the man behind. I don't know that we're going to see Potato lose the spot in the GT4 category. I think Cheese has locked that one up well for the Cheesy Potato squad. But Speed Bump is certainly getting close. It's going to be a risky one. Java as well is definitely going to give Splendid a run for his money. I wonder if Splendid might be conserving a little bit of energy to fight that last fight in the final few minutes there. You know, there's always a few things that aren't out of the question yet. We do see Dino is still hanging on to the back of Jal there. A couple of these guys are probably about an equal lap away from themselves. Let's see. I think Evan ended up actually just coming out. Jawa's going to try and make a move through there. Oh, and he can't get the clean line. We'll see if they can avoid contact together, and they do. It looks like actually Gage is back out representing in the Two Wolves racing car. They actually did a good job. They're sitting P3 following a bunch of technical issues up front, I think. Yeah, Jesus, I'm not seeing that lead going anywhere. He's doing pretty consistent times here. Like, he doesn't need to do anything crazy. He just needs to keep it out of the 42s. So it's, with the way he's racing right now, that's definitely possible. And if he starts like losing focus, that's the only time he would have to worry. But that's another 41. That's still okay. Yeah, basically if he keeps this up, he should be all right. Speed's certainly going to make him work for it, though. You set him up real nice. Jawa still staying within 10 seconds of Splendid. Our Two Wolves trio still looking good. Chris Hansen, the other guys, Uncle Sam. Let's see. Let's swap over to the Techley crew. I feel like it's been a little while since we showed them any proper love, so we will start there. Ricardo just took out Purple. Alright, I did address something that's apparently going on there. We got one LMP getting a little frisky, trying to make these laps count. I understand it. You want to push as hard as you can, but you cannot be costing these other guys races when they're really pushing the hardest. Jawa, though, really making a move on Splendid up ahead. He's doing a great job. Got everybody causing incidents now. It's getting frisky in the end. Alright, there's been a couple of incidents, so we just shot a message out saying drive more carefully, everybody. I'll see if that Look at that. See, that's a nice, careful pass. Excellent. Well done. Goshu Crest with... All right, reaching the final half hour, we can see a little bit of aggression starting to show, but nothing wrong with that. We got the 4 cars spun out, it looks like. Oh, in the infamous corner. There's only one spot, and he found it. Splendid now. It seems, oh, that is going to be Jawa that we can see behind him. We've got him in sight now, so not too much left of the race. Only 30 minutes out of an entire 3 hours. But, man, he is in one hell of a spot. Alright, I'm just checking in on some of the drivers. We had incidences reported on, but everything's looking good. There is a fight I want to see here. Yep, Goshu and Jesse. I saw that they were getting closer and closer together. Jesse takes it a little bit wide. He's going to come in a little bit less speed than Goshu, so that gives him an opportunity to make a move here. We'll see if he does. Does take a little bit of a later braking, forcing Jesse to that inside edge. Goshu's going to have a nicer exit, carry some speed, but it has to brake quickly as they pull out a little switcheroony. And they come up on Sloth, who seems to have had a little issues going through the track as well. Goshu really trying to get that position back. Do hear an LMP coming up behind them. We should see it clearing us shortly. It's going to be Ricardo. He's giving him space. Excellent. Nice. They're all giving each other the space they need. Perfect, and we all see them go through as one. Looks like Splendid's got a little bit of a trickier situation going on now. Splendid's going to have to lap traffic his own speed without losing too much to Jawa behind him. So now we've got eyes on. Already cost him about half a second just being here. He's got to make something happen. Yeah, he knows it. He's flashing Dean. He wants to get by. Dean's going to have to possibly make something happen for him here on the straight if he can. Oh, this is going to be tough. He's now a full second off of his lap time there. Definitely one that he's not going to be happy about. Splendid. Just getting a little squirrely, but manages to hang on. He's now slowly falling into the draft of Jawa behind. 27 minutes left, so these guys are going to have to start fighting soon. And a long fight it will be. The better Splendid can stay out in front, the higher chance he's got at holding him off. You don't want to start this battle just yet. He needs to get at least another 17 maybe even minutes out of this if he can. Like a bullet train though, dropping down to 1.5 seconds back. Jawa coming up the rear. Let's take a look behind. Not far back at all, as you can see. That's going to cost Splendid a little bit more there. He needs to get by. They got to let him go. Oh boy. 3 wide into the final turn. Ooh, and a little bit close, but Splendid's going to make it through. Unfortunately, Jawa's going to have the clean line. That's going to be a huge problem for Splendid trying to get through that traffic. Oh, this is going to give Jawa the chance he needed. Splendid's going to try and throw him in next to the GT4. This is one hairy turn we've got shaping up here. Speed sees what's happening and slows out just a little bit. That gives Splendid the opportunity to maintain the position. And he does have a little bit of a better exit into the straight, but these are very aerodynamic cars. I wouldn't be surprised if the draft comes into play. Splendid pulls off to the side to avoid giving him the full effects of it, and that does work for now, but it won't work forever as these guys are matching each other's pace with force. I think this is going to be our big battle of the evening. I don't see too much going on around the grid. It's going to be close. Splendid and Jawa battling neck and neck. 25 minutes left. Jawa was putting up some very consistent times to get to this point. Can Splendid hang off as a solo driver? I know that traffic worked out so well for him, but it was excellently done. Looks like Dino left. Unsure of the reasoning there. These guys are really getting close here. It's going to be tough. A little bit of traffic coming into play. Jawa letting him know he's going for it regardless. I got another one here. It sounds like a Camaro they're going to run up on. Yep, that's going to be Jesse as they swing through. Ooh, and Splendid going through on Project as well. The Camaros, ooh, collide as Jesse is unable to come to a stop fast enough. Project Purple was almost at a dead stop on the side there, but was off to the side. This is going to be a long 24 minutes, folks. Now, with the way Jawa was lapping earlier, Splendid really needs to focus on his defense above all else. Something like this right here, where Jawa's going to get a move in. He needs to let him take that move early so he can get it back before the corner. Jawa is lapping about a half second faster. This could be bad news, and Splendid with a slightly later braking point. Locks up a little bit into turn one. Gives Jaga a bit of a wiggle, but they managed to keep moving on through. Let's switch back to Jawa here. We'll see where he's at in his delta, but 124.1 for his previous. He moved up almost about a half second on Splendid ahead. Ooh, and he's going to try and make another move here. Splendid gives him the space, but Jawa does not go for it. Might try it here, but I think Splendid's going to lock it up just a little bit more. He is. So the two of them through the S's fighting side by side. Splendid not giving an inch. You can tell these guys have very drastically different skill sets on the track. It seems like Splendid is really running away on the S's, but these exits into the long straights, Jawa has much more stability and control. See that wiggle from Splendid just moments ago. That's going to cost him a little bit here as well. And it's just being behind on such a long straight is going to help out Jawa in a way that Splendid is not benefiting from up front. Sounds like we have an Osh or a Gel heading to the pits. This is something else. Jawa going a little bit wide there. Now he's got to be careful. He cannot have a fastest personal lap, or that could be one of his track cuts here. Don't know where everybody stands with those. We won't find out until the end, and I'll have some penalties to adjust and the whole nine, but such is life. And this is the battle for it all. Will the Europeans take both classes, or can Jawa stick an American boot in the works? I believe in you. I actually don't know who I'm rooting for, if I'm being completely honest. This is crazy. Dean says he's exhausted. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he was doing the whole 3 hours by himself. And you can only get banged around so many times with the LMP2s before they're not running proper. Ooh, every time Jawa tries to make a move, Splendid does a good job at closing that door. It's definitely causing these guys to get real close to each other, but for good reason. Splendid gonna go wide, and Jawa will follow him. I think at this point, these two are more focused on sticking together than anything else. I know, these guys are like getting close. Real narrow. Hold on, I believe someone is trying to talk to me.
Just
Like, oh, it's Josh.
Yeah, I was just jumping in. These gaps are crazy.
Yeah.
I'm board between Jawa and Splendid. This is this is nuts.
This is a real race. Oh, Cage! Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, no, this is like a proper race going on right here. Sloth isn't doing too poorly though. He's holding on to your 5th position. I think Osh took one more pit stop than he intended to or something, because he's not going to make that up.
Yeah, Jao and Osh keep getting a spin, getting a little bad luck, so that gap keeps spreading out. They'll gain about 20 seconds.
Yeah. Ooh, Jawa finally makes a move. Oh, can he hold it? He might not. Splendid can take it back. Nose out, he's got to brake late.
I'm watching these gaps.
Oh, baby, they're giving each other like a hair's length of space.
That's trust on the track, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
These guys driving against each other all the time.
They're doing phenomenal. Now it's Splendid's turn, though. Jawa has got a firm foot in the door. Jawa was lapping about a half second faster earlier, too, so this could be dangerous now.
Your Splendid's starting to get a little tired.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long race. To be blinded down the final straightaway every lap.
Yeah.
Looks like they got a lap car coming up. Speed bump. I really thought Speed was gonna get Potato. But Potato really kicked it up in gear.
Yeah, I mean they're lapping within a second of each other, but
Yeah.
it looks like they're just back and forth right now.
Speed's gotta do, or sorry, Splendid's gotta do something here.
Yeah, I've got that delay on the stream, so I'm watching fade, but
Smart.
I mean that half-second gap roughly.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
J&J's still got the. Oh no, Ricardo has the best lap in the session so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's at a 1:22.36 for his best, and then both J&J and Jawa are at a 1:22.6.
Damn.
Yeah, if Sloth can keep it consistent, we've pretty much secured P5. But I mean,
Yeah.
Obviously it's a little different being a part of the admin group and the guy who runs the servers. So
Well, you beat Dean.
No.
You beat another admin group. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Oh, this is outbound. Guaranteed emotion. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. Jawa is looking pretty good now, though. He's putting that half second up a lap, like we were just talking about.
issue some gift cards at the end of this. So
You what?
or remind me to issue some gift cards to these top guys that are.
Oh yeah, for sure. That we can always do. Oh man, these guys are making it entertaining.
Yeah, looks like Jow is starting to pull away as long as he doesn't have
Any incidents? Yeah, the question's going to be, they are probably going to pull up on Sloth one more time. Just with the way they're racing versus he hit like the pace difference. So can Sloth be the wild card?
Their last laps were about a 124.5, and Sloth put up a 125.9. So I don't know if that 1.5 difference is gonna catch up or not. Unless they start pulling. I mean, they're pulling away now. That was a 123.
I was gonna say those are the bigger ones now. Now that they're not racing each other anymore, we'll see the real times.
Yeah, 2 or 3 second gap per lap.
Per lap.
Per lap.
We actually have. These guys?
Times for about 30 seconds, 10 laps. Yeah,
Who
they
is that?
They might catch up to him right at the end there.
Yeah. Oh, we got Goshu and Purple having a nice little battle together.
Yeah, these are super fun to just watch in general. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Splendid did a good job. Base just said he wasn't sure how competitive LMP2 was going to be. Like, I had no idea, like, that driver swap changed everything. I didn't know where things were going to end up. This team, though, that just passed, J&J Auto, I'm a little bummed they had so much bad luck because they were putting up good times. The Osh kid was flying for a while.
Yeah, they're both Jal and Dosh were capable of putting up those 122s.
Yeah.
Low 122s, like 122.1s, but
yeah,
it's like they're just struggling with some consistency. I think that when they were practicing, they didn't practice with fuel in the tank. Osh last night, the longest stint he did was like 7 laps. It's, you know, a 120 lap race.
Right. That's a little different there. Yeah, this is a lot of laps. You know, that's going to be the biggest thing I think for everyone, but fun nonetheless.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this has been crazy fun to watch, crazy fun to.
Yeah. Splendid's still in it too. I mean, he's creeping up and down and up and down. Their timings are still. Yeah, he just got 0.3 on him. Because Splendid is capable of pulling out the fast times too. Not that he's going slow, but we'll see where they end up together.
Yeah, I mean, Jao was still 7/10 faster on that last lap, though. I think he's gonna kind of run away with it now.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he put up a 122.9 and Splendid did a 123.6. So.
I see. Speed
Splendid's
up.
on newer tires, though.
Huh?
Jao is on 50. Splendid's on newer tires. Jao is on 58 lap old tires, and Splendid's on 48 lap old. So.
It could come into play.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, I did 62 laps on my tires, and they were just starting to hit that yellow. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm looking now to see. Yeah, Jawa can't relax just yet, but I don't think he's gonna. Jawa's not that type. He doesn't want to win. He wants to win. Like.
Yeah. I mean,
he wants to Verstappen win it.
Yeah, I did the Le Mans race with him, right? And that was a lot of fun. And it was my first endurance race, and it was a lot of fun. And Jawa was just he's consistent and he's quick.
Yeah, he just had a second faster first sector than Splendid.
Yeah, I see that. That's almost a full second.
Yep. I see sector 2 here.
31.6 against 32.
Half second.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a big lap difference. Holy shit.
Joe's gonna spread it. I think he might be pushing for a fastest lap if he's running his fuel load low. There's only about 8.
Ooh, Goshu and Project Purple with a little bit. I think just a little love tap. They're still moving fine.
Yeah, it's 20K. So
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he's gonna end up there. That was at 123.2 to a 124. Oh my god! Wow.
yeah,
I was.
looks like not the cleanest lap for either of them. Probably. Ooh, Jal just lost it, and Sloth's coming up on speed, hitting the traffic. He's gonna. Ooh, he's right behind Jal.
Let's see. See some Techly racing.
Jal's gonna catch up to this big group up here though.
I know. This is quite the time.
Yeah. Speed's the first one to come up on. Around. Sloth and Jal just getting onto that last straight here. It's not going to be until after T1 where Jal is going to catch up to him.
I know, but it's gonna be. He'll at least. This is better for him though, because now he can kind of put some space between the GT4s too. Like if he did the GT4s and these all in one turn, he'd be screwed.
He's going to catch up to Gosu.
Yep.
Right at that turn though.
Worked out. Guys in front are having one hell of a battle too.
Yeah. Sloth and Jal.
It's just one giant line of blue flags on the freaking long straight here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna jump back over and
Yeah, do you?
You got a love tap on a wall there. I'll be back.
Oh
Be back
no!
Oh no!
Jawa just like fucking killed him.
There's still contact happening like crazy here.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, that was
in the same sector.
that was a bigger one. I'm gonna have to go through and review all these fucking incidents, aren't I? I can tell. Because we are gonna have to actually check out the penalties.
Yeah, I'm grabbing a clip of the overhead with Sloth here. So I'll go back and rewatch that. Alright, I'm gonna jump back over. Give
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
timing updates, and then I'll pop back at some point.
Yeah, you got it. That was crazy. Yeah, I don't really know what. I don't know what Jawa could have really done there. He like, I guess patience technically, but I saw the gap and the if gap car. You know, like I thought that was something we were all on the same page about. If gap car. Anywho, looks like Ash is gonna come in. I wonder if he'll go try and steal the fastest lap point away. What's he got? 122.6 versus a 122.3 from Ricardo. Speaking of, I haven't been playing that many love. They're the Vasco Motorsports. Let's see what they're up to over here. Looking good in the golds. About to make their way up to Potato ahead. Only 7 minutes remaining now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta go for the gap. Like that's the only rule of racing. Going for fastest lap. I respect it, man. Fucking drop that fuel and send it, brother. Just steal that point away. I love it. Man, these guys are still looking pretty good too. They're holding up some good consistent speed. And I think everybody everybody really is. It's hard to pick where to focus on at this point in the track. But got Osh going out for his out lap. He's actually got Woohoo Man in front of him, so we can take a peek at these guys together. That's always a fun one. Looks like the road. Huh? What's up?
Oh, you're good. I was just gonna say the contact on the clip. It was clean. Just a little tight. So didn't look like anyone got messed up by it.
Yeah, no, just a little love taps here and there.
Yep. Yeah, Jawa just part of the Red Sea.
Yeah, no, that's what we were talking about in the chat. Like, basically, just if car, go. You know, that's the rule.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing malicious. It wasn't
No.
overly aggressive or anything. It was just a.
Yeah, no. The door opened and it turned out to be a swinging door instead of a sliding one. Who knew?
Yeah. Exactly. So.
The MX-5 liveries base have been my favorite. The guys put in so much work on those this year. Even the EU ones are phenomenal. Oh man, looking pretty strong. 4 minutes left of racing there. I don't see any movement across the grid, if I'm being honest, at this stage. So I think we're getting. Oh well, I say that. And who's that on the side of the road there, spinning around? Looks like
Gage lost it.
Yeah, Gage lost it there, but he's got 1.5 up on Goshu behind him. So if anything, that might just put him into a little bit of a fun battle. Splendid can see Jawa. It's got to be driving him nuts being so close, but so far.
He's only about a tenth faster on that last lap.
Did he? Oh.
Yeah, they've got 3 or 4
Yeah,
laps
literally.
until it's over. So, I mean,
If he can do it. He did a little lock up there.
Someone could run out of gas.
Yep.
Never know.
We've seen it. I think I've seen it in every single like race that's at least an hour long that we've ever done.
Well, it looks like Ash lost it in the corner here. Jawa's catching up on him.
I just lost a pistachio. I'm bummed. My whole day is ruined, bro.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's gone.
Ah, there's voices.
There's voices.
I just thought I would come in and say, this has been one hell of a fun time.
I love to hear it.
It's been insane to watch here. So.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you so much to
That is what we do for the people. Yeah, you helped now too, man. You're on this side of it.
This is true.
Yeah. You did a lot today.
A special edition broadcaster hoodie or something, Buggy.
That'd be pretty funny, like a real rookie racing bow tie.
Yeah. Like a tuxedo.
I wore the hat. I figured,
Yeah.
gotta start somewhere. I wear this hat all the time, man.
I need to get some more stuff ordered.
Well, we got a little bit of something going on over here. Let's see. Who's that? Purple and Ghost. These guys have been having some fun all day together.
Oh yeah, they've been back and forth.
Yeah, they've been having some good fights.
I didn't have to battle anybody.
They're within a second, half a second of each other.
Yeah, they're not far. It's a lap different, but that's a nice little Splendid trying to squeeze around Goshu there. Makes it.
It's weird that it's showing me the gap is only a second. Usually the timing page just says a lap, but
It's been doing that whenever the GT cars get close. It seems to do that.
Yeah, it like switches over when it's within like 5 seconds or something.
yeah, it looks like
Goshu's holding pretty strong though.
J&J is
They take it?
no, they fell back quite a ways.
No, I know. They said they were stopping to go for fastest lap point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, look at him. He's getting ready for it. He's putting some distance between him and the next car.
Yeah, he's got plenty of space.
Look at that.
Soft.
Look at this man. Fucking sneaky. He's probably got no gas in the tank left. Let's see. I would love to see it. We're in the end here. He's got 20 liters of fuel.
I noticed that the pace difference between low fuel and mid fuel isn't huge. Just a little bit of a later braking zone.
I gotcha. That's not terrible.
Yeah, my lap times with a full tank of 60 was about the same as it was towards the end of my stint. So
these guys are gonna get one more lap after this. Jawa does have enough time to stop at the line, I believe, if he wants to. Oh, it's gonna be close, actually. No, he'll make it. Okay, so Jawa crosses the line. Everyone's got one more lap to go. 3 hours, all comes down to this.
Alright. Yeah, I'm jumping back as well for a little bit.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Ooh, Ash got a purple sector 2 in there though.
I know, he said he was gonna go for it.
Let's see what he's got.
We'll see if Ash is able to steal that, but we're gonna take a look here at the leader as he's pushing hard to try and come all the way around across the line.
Sector 2 is real fast. Oh yeah. Yeah. 122.2.
I think he got it.
0.
And it looks like Ash did take the, yeah, that's purple right there. I see it in my screen. Wow, 122.25.
That is about a 11/100th of a second faster than Ricardo.
That, I respect the hell out of that. He verbatim said, going for fastest lap, we're cooked. I respect that. It's like, you know what, if we can't win, we can be the fastest. That's my guy right there.
Yeah.
And coming across the line to end our 3 hour madness is Jawa in P1. We've got Splendid with a strong P2, an amazing 3 hour stint by the single driver there. Looks like a little bit of a gap there until the remainder of the grid makes their way around, but oh my god, those two guys. So we had Jawa's fastest lap at a 22.6. We had Splendid's at a 22.8. Those guys lapping real consistently together as the Tech Lead team comes across the line, locking in a solid P5. We then have JHP locking up the rear. Osh behind them, and Speed Bump locking in second place for the GT4 class behind him as well. Seems like you've got Osh locking in 6th. Goshu now locking in 11th position overall with purple behind him. I think that's going to be 4th, 5th, and 6th all done.
And boned me.
And bounced on the track. I like it. We'll try and get a little T1 action going. And Woohoo Man crosses the line, locking in an amazing 4th place position there. Does stay ahead of Vasco, who is trying to send a little lap message at the end. But that'll be the end of the LMP class. Here comes Potato, our leader of the GT4s, along with the Two Wolves race team. A great job by all. We actually had a couple of guys almost beat out the DQ'd driver there. But let's see. I hear a lot of noise and movement. So before we go too far, let's see.
I guess not. I get a picture of us at T1 start. I get a picture of us.
Oh boy.
And bounced on the track.
Looks like they're all just trying to chat. I think we only got these guys here together at the moment. We'll have to take a grid photo, I guess, from the replay later. But that was an amazing race by everybody. There are some things you love to see, and that is it. Now the $1 million question will, of course, come down to penalties and cuts and everything, but it's going to take me a minute to sort through it all. So for those of you who are watching, make sure you hop in the Discord, and I'll get the results up soon. Adios.